that I have. There's nothing stronger than this. The only reason why I'm not long on this right now is because I'm not live yet, and I'm waiting on to pull this back, and I'm waiting on to curl it, so that I can get the best risk to reward. This is the strongest drawn liquidity. Now, obviously, not not everything is absolute, right? So don't say, hey bro, I full put this on 10 minis and they dumped it. And I blew up my account. What you doing? And screw what I'm saying. Wait to see what I'm doing. Just got out of loans. Good job. Be on alert. Hold on. Did they fill this gap? Okay, stop. Everybody needs to come over here and everybody needs to put an alert over here on SPX over here. They will fill this gap at some point in time today. I swear to God that they will fill this gap at some point in time today. So you need to be on alert for that. I promise you they're going to fill this gap. Why? Because SPX gapped up. They are going to fill this gap over here. Everybody needs to put an alert at 6966 on the SPX. Stop. Hold on, wait. Gap fill forward slash 15. 100 percentile, they're going to fill this gap today. There is zero. There's zero debate in my brain that they're going to fill this gap today. Zero debate in my brain. 100% they're going to fill this gap at some point in time today. They're going to fill this gap. We need to be on alert. Holy shit. Did you just see that volume bounce they just created just now when that market gap down? Holy shit. Look at that gap just now on the cues. Oh my god. It shit its brains out when it taps 630 on the dot. That's why you wait. Holy shit. Whoa. Look at that candle. They filled the gap over here on the SPY. I'm not sure if they did it over here on this damn SPX. They might attack it one more time for good measure. Best to be on alert. Again, I'm still getting acclimated to my environment. I don't want to be rushing into trades. Why? Because only 9:45. I really don't take trades before 10 o'clock. I like to see what they're doing because they can confuse me. We got this gap over here that was just created. There's a volume balance up here, and it's large as shit. They will reattack at some point in time. Be on alert now. Oh, no. Excuse me. Be on alert for both. They're going to attack both. There's a volume balance right over here. There's this gap and there's this volume balance over here. I want to see them flash just lower and attack this and then start curling it up higher to then target that 630 on the cues. Look at that. They missed this gap fill slightly. I wonder if this constitutes as them filling it because it opened up here. Mm, we closed here. This is dangerous. I wonder if they filled this because this can't the 359 candle closed here, but then the 4 o'clock candle opened up here, and they took it out on that dump. I wonder. We did fill the gap over here on the SPY, so I wonder what that means. Hmm. I have no idea. They're confusing me. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wait. It's not. It's not 100% clear. I gotta wait. They might reattack. I feel a lot better about this long if they reattack this gap fill here. Look at that volume bounce that it just filled. I wonder if they filled this over here. This might constitute as one. I'm being honest with you. They're going to attack this 630 over here on these cues. I'm trying to tell you. They're not going to leave that unrepaired. The only reason I'm not pressing this buy button right now is because of how they filled that gap. They want to attack higher. I'll wait for pullback. They're curling this up and they're about to attack this. This is the strongest drawn liquidity that you could ever possibly fathom. I'm trying to tell you. There's nothing stronger than this. You do not need to be short this. There's nothing stronger than a perfect round hole number. There's nothing stronger than this. If whatever drawn liquidity that you think that I am waiting right now for a red candle pullback. Whatever drawn liquidity that you even remotely think that I have, or like Y'all be like, hey, bro, that's crazy that you be doing that. There's nothing stronger than a perfect round psychological whole number like that on the exact dot to the exact tick that that they pull away from. It is stronger than a gap fill Thursday. It's stronger than perfect double tops. It's stronger than whatever you can imagine. It's stronger than one, two, three, I believe. It is stronger than all of those. There's nothing stronger than that. Somehow, some way, they're going to manufacture an event to take out that 630. I'm just trying to tell you. So until that is eclipsed, I don't think they're trying to go lower. My brain is broken in that sense, and I just like, I would literally rather die on my sword with that in mind. I'm going to long this right now. I'm going to blindly long this right now on three contracts because I think that they're getting ready to shoot this up here into the zone. And I think they're getting ready to eclipse us to then go higher and try and target that almost. I am almost certain that they're getting ready to take that out. And then, like, if they dump a little bit more, then I will add more into this trade rather. I have no other drawn liquidity that's stronger than that. So I'm just being 100% for real with you. The only reason why I see this trade hurting me right now is if SPX decides to reattack this gap here lower. Like, that's it. Hold on real quick. Phone call. Hold on. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Phone call. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I have no other drawn liquidity that's stronger than this in my wheel well. I'm trying to tell you. Like a pullback on a perfect psychological round whole number like that is look at that shit. See what I'm saying? I swear to God, they're going to attack this. Like, there's nothing stronger in my wheel well than this. And I have a lot of shit in my wheel well. I'm trying to tell you there's nothing stronger than this. Th- There, like this right here was a gift from the heavens. The only reason why I didn't full port it down here was because I'm unsure if they didn't fill this gap down here over here on this SPX, so like they might want to reattack this potentially. But once they started curling this shit up over here into this zone, like taking base hits out of this in their pursuit to then take out this 630 is a non-negotiable. This is the easiest trade that I have ever come across. I like I just said I wasn't just gonna blindly start taking positions without managing my risk, but my God, that's just flat out ridiculous. I know I said that, but when it comes to something like this that is 100% certain almost, I'd probably say it's about like 99.99999% of surety. The only thing that's more certain than this, I would probably say on a serious note, is if like Trump said something funky and like a reporter asked him and said, "Hey, you hurt a lot of people when you said that. You hurt their feelings. Did you really mean that?" What do you think he's going to say? Do you think that he's going to say, "Hey, no, guys, I apologize. I didn't really mean what I said. I apologize about that." Or do you think that he's going to go, "Who cares about their feelings? I said what I said. Deal with it." Which one do you think he's going to do? I'm trying to tell you. So, but again, that was a base hit out of that. There's a magnet on this market. Somehow, some way, they're going to manufacture an event. Don't get fooled by these candles. So if they dump this down into here and if they attack this gap fill right over here and they start curling this shit up again, I'm going to relong it again. This right over here is the only debate because of how they did this. So because of that, I took a base hit. I'm not going to blindly long it. Hold it. But I can take multiple base hits out of the same trade. You do know that, right? So this right over here was not filled, technically speaking, on the SPX, which is what I'm watching. They did it on the SPY, but I'm unsure. But even then, I was still able to squeeze out $100 or $500 times of all my accounts, blindly buying the top almost. They're trying to come over here and fill this. This market is trapped right now between the two zones. I'm explaining it to you and I'm walking you through this. This market is trapped between trying to come over here, potentially maybe to this SPX gap fill, I'm unsure, to then complete the full-blown trifecta. And then it is trying to, and then QQQ is trying to eclipse this. This is stronger though, but then there's one below. They're 100% going to do the one below. So make no mistake about that. Like they're 100% going to attack sell side. So it's in their best interest to do this first. Just as I said that. There was nothing that was going to stop them from doing this. There was nothing. So now they took out 630 and now that drawn liquidity is done. So if you bought over here inside this zone or you bought a call over here, you got rich for today, that is. So they took this out. I'm going to delete this. I hope that you're paying attention in regards to the shit that I'm saying. So if you're trying to figure out how I know for a fact they're getting ready to do that, then you need to understand draws and liquidity. And you need to be inside the classes. And you need to be learning. There we go. Now they have released this market to now potentially target this here. So I'm explaining this to you and I'm walking you through this. Now there is zero scenario in my mind on why I would be long in this. There's zero scenario in my brain. I would not long this. No scenario do I have results in me trying to long this now. They want to squeeze lower, it appears. I don't trust them. They shot up $100 trillion in assets just to take this high out over here. Can you do NQ? What are you talking about? I'm trading NQ. Yeah. What you mean? He said, no, man, I'm blind. Okay, good, yeah. So that was the drawn liquidity on the QQQ. The computer controls both of them. They're moving both simultaneously at the same time. So you can pick out draws and liquidity and find trades on NQ by looking at QQQ. I have a chart to my left on the QQQ at all times. I'm looking at 3 screens. And I'm pointing them out. There's no way I would have been able to see this trade if I wasn't looking at the QQQ. There's zero way. When you see this shit right over here and a perfect double top, like to the exact tick, and they pull it back, are you kidding me? There's nothing more bullish than that. I don't know about shorts. I don't either. It's best to wait for it first presented. I wouldn't trust it either. You don't just blindly just short the HOD in the top. In any event, that right there was the first base hit in order to get my feet wet for 60 ticks to the upside. Look at that. Look at that. If they would have dumped it, I would have added more. But it took it straight to the TP. Quick $250. Let's go, fam. Good job, Dev. Yeah, they perfectly tapped 630. Yeah, great job. Yeah, like I haven't really been doing it as much. Well, I haven't really been doing it lately because you can't really hedge with the Apex, but 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 it's on but uh but it's on non-farm payrolls and CPI. So like if you figure out those dates, then yeah, you can do that. But honestly speaking, like really the only firm that you can do it with is the Bullinox. Because Bullinox, so like if you offset it with Apex, but max contract size now on Apex is like 5 or 6 contracts now. So you can still do it, but you need like 120 ticks in order to do it instantaneously. But and then like you can't do it from that singular account though. So like you need someone else's account and both account and then each computer needs to be running a different VPN. They're trying to shoot this. This is bullish. Do not short this. Remember what I said about whenever they flash 630, they're probably gonna go 631. Do not short this. You need to wait for it first presented. I'm unsure about this here. I'm unsure about this. I know that they're getting ready to target sell side. They're going to target sell side at some point in time today, but I'm not going to be the test guinea pig. I'm not going to be a guinea pig and just blindly short this here at the HOD. I'm not going to do that. Whenever I try to take trades based off of being a guinea pig and like just I'll figure it out later, I was getting cooked on my cash account, and I only did it on my cash account. If you short this, you look like this. Yeah, What was he doing? Mm. Yeah, Peter doesn't know about psychological round whole numbers. I'm assuming, but he's still insanely profitable. Yeah, I wouldn't have did that. So yeah, nah, there's no way in hell I would have did that. Hell no. But he's not looking at the QQQ. He's just looking at NQ directly. This is also why whenever you see it, you don't just buy the top here like blindly. Like you need to have patience and wait. And then just like how I said, you need to wait for them to curl it up. You need to wait for them to pull it back and then start looking as though that they're getting ready to attack. I saw this right over here, and when they pulled it back on this candle, I identified at 9:40 on the dot. So help me God. And then I said, if they pull this back, then I'm along this. But I did not buy on any of these candles here. I was I was paying attention to the danger below header, which was this gap fill. But then when they displaced from the gap fill, and then they started going sideways over here, that's when I bought. Because I figured, why not attack now? They're so close to this, why not attack? Do you know how much harder it'll be for them to stop this on a dime, not take this out, and then just dump this? Just because you see a setup does not mean that they give you the chance to trade it. You need to understand that. You need to process what I just said in your brain. You need to listen, process, and then understand. Three-step instructions of what I just said. Is this the NASDAQ? Yes, it is NASDAQ 100. You are correct. You need to understand what I just said now. Just because they show you something, that does not mean you can trade it. It needs to be risk advantageous and it needs to make sense. Hmm. I'm not going to blindly buy the HOD. Why would I do that? I will get my account blown or I will get stopped out. Marrying longs up here is dangerous. I'm trying to tell you they're scheming on a reversal. So help me God, they're scheming on a reversal right now. I'm telling you right now, these people are scheming on a reversal now. How you been, Ian Insider fam? Man, yeah, how you been, AC? You feeling a little bit better? Or no? You feeling okay, brother? I think that they're scheming on a reversal. Look at this weird LR pattern they got going on over here. Hmm. How you been, AC? Feeling a little bit better? I think they're about to attack this. I think they're about to reattack this low. That's just what I think in my brain. I'm being for real. Timestamp, 10 o'clock. I'm starting to feel a little bit better today. Still antibiotics and meds. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I took a loss yesterday on my cash account, AC. I missed you. $20 away from my buffer on one Apex funder. Slow and steady on these funded. Zero says absolutely zero. Great job, MX. Yo, good morning. Best to be on alert. What the hell was that? Close at 79. Low at 88. They're going to attack. What is up with this thing being so slow on these alerts forming? Like I right click and I click show alert and it just and it's just slow as fuck. Like look, like it's been like 30 seconds and like the alert hasn't even pulled up. Be on alert. They're going to attack lower. Yo, this is wild. It's been like 20 seconds. Jesus Christ. Be on alert for here. Close 79. Low 88. 9 point volume balance. Be on alert. Look at them squeeze it into the 630s plus. Non-stop in a straight line. They're about to slam this shit. Watch them. Be on alert now. Shit. Look at these people, boy. Been warned. Waiting for a retest? Retests don't exist. I'm just being honest with you. They don't give a damn about no retest. They'll flash through a retest and invalidate all setups. Look at this weird staircase and pattern. This is indicative of something that's getting ready to slam in a minute. Be on alert now. I don't trust them and I don't believe them. The only reason why I think they're going higher is because of the psychological round hole number here. People here are trying to short it at 630. Like I said in the beginning, when I was illustrating that they wanted to flash 630, I was like, they're not going to stop at 630 in the dot. Why would they? They're probably going to come up in like 631. That's what I'm assuming. Then once they stop out like somewhere up into this zone, then I said they'll do this. So that's what I'm assuming. If you want to be safe, do not short this unless they give you a first presenter. It's okay. We're going back on this grind. 0 to 50K. Yeah, I know. I know. I think I'm gonna do that again, AC. Why? Because it teaches great risk management. So like, I'm thinking like I might start another 1K to 50K challenge again. I think I might start that sometime soon. And like, but like I'll do it with like Um, like I'll do it with like straight to fund it because I don't like trading the evals. They're about to slam this and then come over here and then target this volume balance over here. We need to be on alert. Close at 6:30:59. Timestamp 10:04. Look at this weird staircase and pattern they got going on over here on these cues. This is flat out ridiculous. Um, I might take a pair trade and I might manage my risk to an inverse of this in order to try and target this volume balance over here. The Qs right now are just screaming and they don't give a damn about anything within reason. There's a volume balance over here that I think they might want to target. So that's what I'm thinking. I am going to short this and I'm gonna try and get 60 ticks to the downside of this right now. I'm gonna short this and I'm gonna try and get 60 ticks to the downside by trying to target this volume balance over here that they left. I'm managing my risk on a cross asset over here. Like if they inverse this, then I'm going to admit defeat on this trade. If they inverse this, then I'm going to get worried. If they for sure inverse this, I will admit defeat on this trade because why? Because then that means ES is just ridiculously bullish off the chain, and they're not trying to target sell side like how I anticipated. So I'm watching how this market reacts inside this zone, just so you're aware. Base hit over here is them targeting this 9 point volume balance over that they left out of this weird ass LR pattern here that I think that they're just goofing around with. Just so you're aware, here at the top of this weird ass pattern that they got going on over here. Base hit I take. Volume imbalance here, 9 point. Here, cross trading the asset. They need to TP this trade out in full. God damn it. Look at them tease my damn TP. Can you believe them? I'm only trying to make like $150. So honestly speaking, I been should have cut that. I should have front ran it to be honest with you. That's what I should have did. But it's a 9 point volume balance. I'm almost certain that they're getting ready to reattack. Look at that bullshit. Can you believe it? Look at that shit that they just did just now. Look at that bullshit. They was getting ready to attack, but then they did not. They're trying to target this right over as you can see, but then they shot it back up. I don't know what the hell these people are doing, but this is ridiculous. I don't know what these people are doing, man. This is just flat out ridiculous. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna wait. Why? Because I can't control how fast they decide to go to the destination. I cannot control that. That's not up for me to decide, unfortunately. We need to be on alert. I'm shorting this right now and I'm trying to target this volume balance over here lower. I'm thinking that they want to attack. I think that all of this is fake. And I think that they're lying to me with this 9 point volume balance dangling above this damn weird ass LR pattern here. Why would they not attack? I want to see them flash banging through this. Honestly speaking, I'm only trying to make them $150. So like next time they seriously attack this shit, I'm gonna get the fuck out. Next time they seriously push this shit lower, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Why so? Be on alert. There's a 9-point volume imbalance over here. Do not long this. I'm gonna get out of this trade over here. Shoot. Slightly front running. 50 ticks to the downside. They're going to target this volume balance, but they're goofing around, and I'm only trying to make $150 off of these accounts. Why so? So that I can register a trading day. Just pass my eval. Oh, that's short. You warned earlier. Thanks. They're getting ready to target this. Remember what I said. Do not long this until they do this. Don't even consider it. They want to attack. Only reason why I close the trade is because I only need to make $150. Why would I just hold blindly for the full 80, 90, 100 ticks when I just need 45 or 50 to then register as a trading day so that I can get my money? You need to be objective trading. You need to have a mission in mind. Stop blindly just trading just because. This is a business. Treat it like a business. Have a business model in mind. They're goofing around. Stop goofing around. The moment you treat this like a business and you stop and you exercise discipline wherever it's advantageous, your trading will reward you. I'm at $150. I'm going to stop trading on that account, that is. Now, if they shoot up over here and they start culling it down again, I'm going to do the same thing. But let me log off. Scammers. Hold on. Be on alert. They're teasing that 9-point volume. Is this different than MNQ? No, there's no difference. NQ and MNQ are the exact same thing. MNQ is tracking the NQ and the QQQ is tracking the NQ. But QQQ is only open during from 9:30 to 4. Hold on. I think they're about to attack this. So help me God, that's what I think in my brain. Hold on real quick. What's going on with this? Is this a 15-minute sippy that we're goofing around inside? Be on alert. The 9-point volume balance was not taken out. I'm on my cash account now. This is a warning for everybody. I am on my cash account now. You've been warned. But however, I am going to try to take the same quality trades I do that go straight down there, straight to where I'm trying to get to on my cash account as I do on my funded account. I'm going to try to do that right now. Okay, so I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to guess. All right, because I have a propensity to do that on my cash account, which is why I tell people all the time. I tell people all the time. People go, "Hey, well, cash account, okay, why don't you do?" Bro, listen, yeah, you can withdraw the money the same day, but you need to be like discipline and risk management is where you're going to make the most amount of money at. Do you know how much? Do you know how many funded accounts you would have to blow to lose $20,000 in cash? I'm a high-level professional trader, and shit. And in 2 days, I lost almost 20,000 in cash. Do you know how many funded accounts? Like literally, I promise you, with that same 20,000, I literally could have turned it in like at minimum a quarter of a million. Do you understand that? Do you understand the opportunity cost that I lost from doing that? Now, granted, you're not gonna get paid every single day like you would on your cash account, but still, though, I mean, what's waiting a week and a half, 2 weeks? I'm being dead serious. Like I was just sitting around goofing around on three micros, and I'm up $900. If I do that, if I do that for 10 days, I can withdraw $8,000 in profits for 10 days. I mean, eight trading days because I can withdraw it on the 10th day on the shift on the 8th day, depending upon the firm. What's waiting a week and a half to then make $10,000? But then, like, if you blow up, then you only lose a few hundred. I mean, what's the difference? Your risk management? Why? You scared of a little risk management? You scared of being a professional? Is that what you're scared of? Hmm? That's why prop firms, if you understand how to trade, are better. There's nothing better. If you got multiple accounts, that is. If you got one singular account, then of course not. But even then, no, it'd still be better because you only put like maybe like $100 into that shit. Risk management fears me, Devin says exactly. I caught it at 2603 and sold at 60. Good job, Jordan. Good job, sir. It's best we be on alert. W trade Eli should also be 60 ticks to the Eli should also be 60 ticks to the downside. Exactly, zero. Agreed. My risk management has been poor. Because on my cash account, I would just short it, and every single time I go, oh, I like this, I'll just figure it out later. No. No doing that. Clear draws and liquidity only. Define risk management only. Base hits only. Trend lines only. What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, boy. Are they going to do the unthinkable? Where can they possibly go now? Hey, what about that 9 point volume balance? Man, they was trying to target it. That's why I took that base hit out of it. They were trying to target it, but they didn't fill it in full. They're going to come back for it later. They don't have to come back for it immediately. You do know that, right? But I promise you there's an 85 to almost a 90% chance they're going to attack it later. So I'm just, so that was that. So that's why I cut it. That right there is why I front run them sometimes. That reason right there. They're gonna come back for it. Maybe after they squeeze it higher. Remember what I said about like if they inverse this, then I would have admitted defeat. I need to watch this. I would have admitted defeat on that trade if that trade that I took earlier didn't work out. So if they inverse this, then there's no reason why we should be shorting this. I don't give a damn with this pattern. I'm not gonna guess. They got this weird. They got this 1, 2, 3, I believe, going on now. But it's up here damn near at the all-time high. We need to be on hyper alert. Shit. Oh my god. Man. Man, boy, they could sneeze wrong and come here. If they sneeze wrong, boy, Lord Jesus, if they no, not that. Yeah, nah, they ain't going all time high today. Nope. They might pop this high here. Be on alert. Yo, what's up? They might pop that high. Man, man, they might come here abundant. I don't trust this pattern here. He my favorite trend line trader. Yeah. Remember what I said about that 631? Everyone trying to short 630. That's criminal. Yeah, this is crazy. Look at this. Back to the basics, Jones says. Absolutely, Jones. Yes, ma'am. Be on alert. Oh shoot, they're at the 631. They just flashed it just now. Everyone trying to short 630 is damn near out of the picture now. Perfect. Be on alert though. You don't just short the HOD. Man, can you believe that? Look at this weekly candle. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Man, they're trying to go to this all time and look at that. Every candle, every day green. Look at this. Back to buy the effing dip. BTFD. Buy the fucking dip. Jesus Christ. May he help us. Oh, to Lord and salvation, to heaven and salvation. Lord Jesus, boy. Wow. Man, they're trying to go to the all time high. They will go to all time high. Wow. Let's look at the NVIDIA. NVIDIA at 1.5. Meta up another 1.5. Microsoft up 3.5. 3 trillion. Nike green. Adobe up 3.5. Man, they about to attack this. Good job. Be on alert. We need to watch this here. This is going to come into play later. I need to watch that. If they start curling this down over here again inside the zone, I'm gonna play that again. I'm watching it. I'm not forgetting it. Look at this trend line they got going on over here. One, two, I believe, three, four. Man, they about to snap this trend line over here on my soul. But the problem with this is like I have nothing to manage my risk off of over here. Should I take this trade? 60 ticks to the downside on this on my cash account would be what? $150. Look at this trend line over here. 60 ticks to the downside is here. I'm going to short this and I'm going to try and get this trend line snapped. There's nothing to manage my risk off of though. I said I wasn't going to do that. How many taps do I got? One, two, three, I believe. We got with the trend with the volume balance lower. Do I have a drawn liquidity lower? They just popped this high over here. We got this trend one, two, three, I believe. Hmm. Okay. To then target this volume balance over here. How many ticks is it to this volume balance over here? 200 ticks to the downside. 150 ticks to the downside. This can be a $375 trade. On the next green candle, I'm gonna short this. They're getting ready to dump this. When this candle turns green, I'm gonna short this off of the trend line snap on my cash account. 5 contracts I will take. But I need this candle to turn green. I'm gonna short right now, and I'm gonna try and get 66 to the downside off of this trend line snap. With this volume balance over here lower. Base hit I take. 66 to the downside I'm trying to take. With one with the ES potentially coming into contact with this, I gotta watch this though, because I don't have a first presented. But there's an insane drawn liquidity. Well, not insane. There's a drawn liquidity lower with this volume balance over here that I think they might want to hit and target. So I gotta watch this. I gotta play this. Timestamp 1020. Base hit. Trend line snap. Base hit off a trend line snap potentially. I wanted to short right over here, but I identified slightly late. Remember, they might go higher. We don't have a first presented, but we do have a trend line. ES has not come into contact yet with this trend line over here yet. So we're playing with fire on this. I'm just being honest with you. We are. I gotta watch this. How much am I down? Am I down $400? Oh no, I'm not. 150. Jesus Christ! Look at how bullish this is. Man, this market does not like my cash account. So help me God. So help me God. It's like the moment I press the button on the cash account, they do the exact opposite. So help me God. Look at this trend line again. I'm gonna watch this. The last thing I'm gonna do is long this though in the zone. Man, this is so bullish. It's off the chain, boy. This is flat out ridiculous with how bullish this is. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hmm. Look at the ES squeeze into oblivion. Again. Hmm. Nah, I'm not gonna add anything more until I get a first presented. I'm not gonna add anything more into that until I seriously believe that they do that. If they make me uncomfortable, then I'm gonna cut this trade. If they make me uncomfortable on this, then I'm gonna cut this short. Mhm. Until I get a first percent, I'm not gonna add anything more to this position. I gotta watch this. There's no reason for me to blindly add. I'm not gonna make that mistake again. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. We didn't take out this high over here on the SPX, but I still shorted it. I don't know why I did that. When they want to squeeze this higher. Yeah, nah. Mm, mm. This is getting on the threshold. I'm down about $300. I don't want to risk any more than $500 on a trade. Where? Shit, look at this 7,000 over here. Jesus Christ. They almost up here at the all time high, boy. They about to go all time high, overshoot today and sneeze wrong, go all time high. Jesus H. Wow, look at that. All time high is here. They're to within a 15th of a percent of doing this. Yeah, nah, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. They're trying to pop this high over here. This high. I gotta watch this. That cash account alert reigns supreme. The moment that I switch over to my cash account, I'm trying to tell you. You were oversized. He was oversized on that trade. He was oversized on that short. Yeah, no, shorts are extremely tough today. He was far oversized on that short. There's no other explanation because I'm only down 150 ticks. I'm at 200 ticks. There's no way. Yes, within 15 points of all time high again. Absolutely. Hmm. Hmm. 100%. You have to. Holy smoke cakes. We are 1 point away on the spy going all time high. Look at that, boy. Wow, that is wildly impressive. Like I can't even get out of this position because I refuse to get out of positions up at the top. Like I need at least a red candle to then minimize my losses. Like I can't even get out of this position because it's just been squeezing nonstop indefinitely. Like I can't even get out of the position. I think they try to come here pop this high over on his ears. That's what I think of my brain. So, oh my God, that's what I think. This is what my mind is thinking that they want to come here. Like I can't even get out of this even if I wanted to. Where on what? Yeah. Yeah, nah, this is definitely fake. Absolutely. This is definitely fake. 100%. This is fake. They're about to squeeze this higher. Wow. Impressive. They're going to come here to the zone. Man, they've been trapping buyers for like the last 3 or 4 days. No, the last 10 days. Non-stop. It's been incessant. They might be. Shit, they might be. Shit. I keep shorting the last 2 days because shorts have been regardless of market buyers past 2 days, though. I know we say it sometimes, and it's kind of true, but shorts should damn near not even be an optionally button for real for the fam right now. Yeah, no, this is crazy. Good job, boy. Wow. Look at the ES just on a one man recognition to go to the all time high. Can you believe it? Non-stop. Non-stop bullish continue squeeze again. Nvidia's gonna go to 200. This is absolutely remarkable and incredible. Nvidia's gonna go to 200. They're not even giving me a red candle to get the fuck out. Shit. Shit. Wow. Look at that. I'm away. You said, how do I feel about what? On what? Spy? Shit. They're gonna have to prove this to me, bro, but they're right there. They're to within point 0.8 of doing this. They're literally right over here this whole time. Damn. Look at this. This is this is this is this is impressive. This is absolutely impressive. Is what? I don't even think this was enough. I think it's just one, two, three taps, like just one, two, I believe, and then they went here. But Jesus, look at that. It's incessant. Excuse me. Wow. I'm scheming on an exit. I'm scheming on the exit. This trade idea was wrong. I'm scheming on it. Hold on, where's my other phone at? Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm scheming on the exit. Hold on. That's impressive. I'm not gonna lie. I agree, Phantom. What? What Phantom say? Look at this trend line. Hmm. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Look at this first presented, 1035, 100%. Exactly. They could very well do that. We need to be on alert. Every dip is being bought. This is incredible to watch. I think they want to go 7,000. If they go 7,000, they are 100% going to go all time high. There's zero debate. If they go 7,000, they're going to go all time high. And then, and then, and then, like everything is going to be just 100%. Just everything's going to be off limits from there. 100%. 100%. Everything's going to be off limits from there. I'm gonna short this, and I'm gonna manage my risk to this first percent, and I'm gonna just try and target this trend line over here. And then yeah, and then that's just gonna be my risk management on this. So this trade idea or whatever that I was in was wrong. 100% it was wrong. Zero debate. Zero debate. It was wrong. 100%. No offense or what's about that. That was wrong. I was wrong on that in that endeavor. That was crazy. That's crazy. I need to be looking at this. This right here is what I need to be looking at. This is crazy. Flat out ridiculous. I'm looking at this trend line potentials, but this is crazy. This is impressive. I'm not gonna lie. They caught me outside again, 3 days in a row. Mm. This is mighty impressive what they did. Mighty impressive. Mm. Mm. Wow, look at that. Jesus Christ. Wow. Jesus Christ. She said, I'm trying to learn my leg. Yeah, nah, bro. If they would have inversed this, then I would have admitted defeat on that trade, 100%. So, like, that's why I circled this. So, like, what I should have done again on my cash count that I made a mistake off of, but I was lucky enough to fucking scrape by the skin of my teeth, was I should have waited for this again. I am not waiting for something to manage my fucking risk off of, and I keep fucking myself. Emute G64. Who? Who? Oh, thanks. Let me block him. Sorry about that. Thanks, Padre. I had to block him. Sorry, I was not paying attention. I was not waiting for something to manage my risk again. Like I shorted it off of something that I saw, and then they squeezed it up higher again. I need to be taking. I need to go. Do I have something right now that aligns with what I'm looking at that I'm managing my risk off that they just created? And then do I have a clear target of liquidity, a clear target which could be this trend line snap? I'm like I made that mistake again. Like what is wrong with me? Here's yeah. It's crazy, bro. Like I need to be looking at first percentage with clear draws and liquidity. I literally said I was going to do that, but I did not do that. I started a short position here, and thankfully I was sized accordingly. And then, like I said, I was not going to add until I saw something that I liked specifically. I said that I was not going to do that. So once I saw this, I was like, man, you know what? I'm gonna manage my risk to this with this trend line potentially. So I at least had enough common sense to do that. But that's ridiculous. Yeah, I made like $500 on that trade just now, but honestly speaking, that should have been like probably about like $150, $200 trade. That's ridiculous. Yes. Absolutely, and just wait. Just wait for this here. Wait, guys. Listen, I would rather make $200, guys. Guys, I would rather make $200 following my rules than for me to make $500 breaking my rules. Guys, I would rather make $200 following my rules and then sticking to what I know and then exercising patience. $200, I'd rather do that than for me to make $2,000 breaking my rules. I swear to God. Like, I know that you might not believe me. Huh? Yes. I know for a fact that y'all might not believe me. Go, bro, what are you talking about, bro? That's $2,000, bro. Guys, because listen to me. If you do that, it is going to bite you in your ass and it is going to come to collect. I promise you. So yeah, guys, the market's just giving you out a payday loan for $1,800 or $2,000, and then it might give it again and again. But if you do that and you continuously break rules that you know for a fact that's unique to you that you should not be doing, it is going to come collect fivefold, tenfold even, because you're going to get accustomed to doing that, and you're going to go, well, why? What happened? Dang, it worked before. Why is it not working now? So I want to make $200 by following my damn rules, man. I'm being dead serious. I don't want to make guys. I don't want to make two, three, $4,000 by breaking them. I don't, man. That's ridiculous. Yes, it's not maintainable. You cannot do that. You need to exercise discipline and respect to the account that you're trading. Not a good day to make me to me make $400, lose 200. I'm out. How I keep 200? I agree. Yesterday I made 4K plus. I didn't break my rule. I kept sizing up and take that money, go to sleep. Yeah, good job, Carlton. This is not making sense, Jesse says. Yeah, no, it's not. They're up here at the all time high, man. They're getting ready to sneeze and go all time high. Man, when I looked at this weekly candle over here on this, and I seen this here yesterday, last week, there was no doubt in my mind we was gonna go all time high. That's why I said that. That that's when I saw this here, I knew we were gonna go higher. 100%. There was 100%. So if you're new to Discord, this right over here is what I was talking about on this weekly outlook. I set this out 5 days ago. Market has bounced 10% in just 8 days. Market is extremely overextended. It will pull back on either Monday or Tuesday. They did it immediately on Monday at 6 o'clock, and then they squeezed it ever since. Okay, believe it or not, but the market is now in multi-day buy side. Guys, I hope everyone sees the difference between multi-day buy side and multi-day sell side delivery. SPX is back within spitting distance of all-time high overshoot in just a week's time. Spitting distance at the time. Now they can sneeze. Look at the weekly candles and chart, and it is screaming that it wants to go to all-time high. I did not say, hey, I think. This thing says it is screaming to go all-time high, like at the top of its lungs. A week ago, I says, this just looks like a healthy weekly pullback, not Armageddon as it was portrayed with the whole Iran situation. They shrugged it off. Buy the dip always reigns supreme. I said that like a month ago, and I was like, man, listen, y'all better hope they dump this. Just buy it. It'll be higher. Like, why not just blindly buy it? Every single time this market dumps, boy, they squeeze it back higher. What makes you think that? Guys? The whole doomsday people. I used to listen to them on X and on Facebook and on Stock Twits. Oh, SPY going to 200. Trump. SPY going to 300. Trump. NASDAQ going to 150. Look at the chart from 97. Are you crazy? Every single dump, they pump it. They just inflate it with more. They find an excuse. What makes you think that this time's going to be any different? If nothing has been any differently, what makes you think that randomly, like, an angel is going to ascend from the heavens and we're going to dump 50% on this market? They're not going to do that. That's what I mean by the dip reigns supreme. The chart is one of the SPX weekly. Look at the size of the weekly candles, and there's no way you don't think this goes higher. And higher means all-time high overshoot, I says. Look at this shit. This was last week. Look at that. Look at that shit. 1050 macro coming up. I think they've reactivated the poor man's all-time high magnet again. So that's just what I think. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I did not anticipate them doing it this for. Look at that candle. Oh my God, look at that weekly candle, boy. Man, they about to go all-time high. Look at that. Man, hell no. Hell no, bro. Man, hell no. Look at that candle. Oh my God. Man, they're gonna go all-time high 100%. Maybe tomorrow. Shit, maybe even today, hell. Oh my goodness. And if they go all-time high, they're not gonna stop at the all-time high. They're gonna squeeze it in the damn 700 plus. They're gonna go 700 overshoot. Look at this. Every single short lose. Man. Oh my God. I don't need to be shorting this. Oh my goodness. What is that? Wait, hold on, wait, stop. What is that? Closer 01. Oh, 09. That's an 8-point volume balance right there. That's equivalent to like a 12 or a 13 or 14 almost on the cues. Look at that. Oh, I need to watch that. This market is so bullish off the chain. I don't believe the volume balances no more at this point in time. They're trying to go 7,000 on this damn SPX today. They're trying to come here. Jesus Christ. Man, this is ridiculous at this point in time. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I got look at what I got out of it. I have nothing to say. I got up with the skin of my teeth, shorting this bullshit. They about to squeeze it on us again. Did they inverse this thing I was looking at? They working on it. They're working on inversing my risk management for that trade. They're working on it right now. Yep. Nope. Yeah, nope. They're getting ready to squeeze it and they're getting ready to take out that alert up there, that high. That external. They're getting ready to sweep that external. This is bullish off the chain. Amazon buying satellite company to compete with Monster Starlink. Shh. Guys, listen. You need to understand. This will happen. Stop. I don't know if y'all saw this or not, but look at this. Stop. This what happened. They broke something yesterday. Look at this, guys. Look what they did. Look what they did yesterday. This guys, this is why I said at 8 o'clock yesterday. Look again. Look, they're going all time high. Look, breaking. The SEC has reportedly eliminated the pattern day trader rule, replacing it with the new intraday margin system. The requirement to maintain a $25,000 balance to engage in day trading is being scrapped. What the hell do you think that means? These people are licking their chops. Guys, more money in the market. Guys, they could do anything now. Huh? Man, yeah, absolutely. But however, but they'll inflate it. Why? Because every single person that has $2,000 or $3,000 now is just gonna be sending them guys, it's gonna be sending their money to a brokerage. They're gonna be putting the money in Charles Schwab. They're gonna be sitting here just buying stocks randomly, trying to day trade stocks, more money in the market. Man, what? Look at this. Guys, they're handing monkeys guns. That came out yesterday, and that takes 1 to 3 months to go live on brokers. Yeah, I know, but yeah, I know. I know that that's the case, but they're pricing it in now. Same thing with that news release yesterday, with that with that PPI that came out the lightest that it's been in over a year. They're handing everything. They're handing the monkeys the weapons. This is flat out ridiculous. I'm trying to tell you. So yes, they have 45 days in order to. Your broker has 45 days in order to incorporate that. In order to figure that out, they got 45 days to do so. 45 days they got. And then they have 18 months to be compliant, to be fully 100% compliant. They got 18 months across the board. That's the that I think that was the full blown cutoff deadline that I saw. But the market is pricing it in right now. You said what? I have no idea what they're changing it to. I just know that they scrapped the 25,000. So now you can take as many day trades in a day as you want to, as long as you fulfill the margin requirements. So it's going so you can essentially trade the QQQ just as though you would trade the futures market. So you can take as many options trades as you want to, honestly speaking now. So like even if you got 15 to 10, 15, even 5,000, you can take as many option trades as you want to now. Which honestly speaking, like if you're good at trading, then this helps you because you won't be penalized. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, you should be good now. Like, I mean, honestly speaking, for real, like, what's the issue? Yeah. Best to be on alert. They're trying to squeeze us hard. Hey, Mama. Good morning. How you doing? I miss you and I love you as well. I will definitely call you today. I'm sorry. Yesterday wasn't. The best day for me trading. I took my second loss in 7 days yesterday, to be honest with you. So, I was just back testing and doing some studying and doing some homework so I don't make the same mistake again today. So, that's it. So, and I got caught up and a little bit busy, but I will definitely call you today. You doing okay? I hope you have a great day today. I can't wait to hear your voice. I love you. Have an amazing day. Talk soon. Be on alert. They're trying to squeeze this. I don't trust them. They have a vendetta, man. ES is lagging behind, and ES is effing around with this trend line again that they didn't really snap for real. Maybe one, two, three, I believe, but it's ahead of this objective. Phantom, Chris, what do you think about this? Phantom, Chris, what do you think about this short on this trend line ahead of this high over here? If we short this, this could hurt us because they'll squeeze it past this high. However, we got this trend line that was never truly snapped, and now we have a legitimate one, two, three, four taps coming up above it. We might be able to manage our risk to maybe this SIBI, but if they inverse this, then we know for a fact they're getting ready to come here. What do you think about this trade? What do y'all think about this trade here? Or do y'all think it's best for us to wait for them to snap this like this up here, this high? You said what? Agreed. 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 You don't want to manage your risk to this SIBI here. You don't want to do that ahead of this major objective, huh? Huh? But this is dangerous though because NQ doesn't even have a first presented. So like this would be a pair trade off of this here respectively. But we are coming in contact with this trend line over here. But we all know that objectives are more important than trend lines, right? Okay, good. What you think, Chris? Alpha Wolf. Do you do what you usually do? Wait till one or the other is done. You said what? Oh, what I was saying was I was trying to debate whether or not I should short this off of this trend line snapping and manage my risk to this to this SIBI over here. But however, it's ahead of this external that they're clearly targeting. So then Phantom was like, I think we should wait, as in like do one or the other. Oh, sorry, he didn't say that. Zero said that. But Phantoms, I think we should wait because it's ahead of this major objective because major objectives are far more important than effing around with trend lines and just praying that they're gonna reverse this market. So I was sitting here and I was like, man, I agree. Yeah. Right. Right. Correct. Correct. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. No, I wouldn't believe the first snap, especially with this target up here above. So like, if I go to a 15 minute and I scroll on over here, this is the high from the 25th of February. That's yeah, that's the high from the 25th of February right there that they're trying to target. And then NQ is on a one man wrecking mission. NQ was just on a one man wrecking mission. Shit, they just inversed that just now. So I would have had to cut the trade, essentially speaking, if I was trying to manage my risk. So the trade would have been invalidated anyway. It appears to me as though they're trying to potentially try and target this high over here. That's what it appears. Look at this NQ squeeze nonstop incessantly to the moon. Look, Jesus Christ. Every dip being bought. I'd be down 240 ticks if I didn't cut that trade and get out. Oh my God! Look at from where I shorted it originally. That's 380 ticks. Jesus Christ! Check out Tesla. Look at the Tesla squeeze. Oh my God! This ain't nothing for a shit. Tesla could come up to damn 430. Tesla's just getting started. Shit, Tesla gonna pop 383. You crazy as hell if you don't think Tesla gonna go 383 within the next day or two. Why? Because look at this daily liquidity rate. Why would they not pop it and come up on the down 387, almost 390? Why would they not do that? And then why would they not pop down 384? I mean 385. Why would they not do that? Like why would they just stop it at 380 right now and just dump? Hell no, they're gonna squeeze. This is bullish. Look at that Tesla. Tesla's been going down nonstop since December. It's finally starting to reverse. It's curling up. Tesla shit. Tesla gonna come back to 450. You watch. Shit, I might buy some of the damn Tesla for real in the next pullback. I'm dead serious. Tesla gonna come to 450. You watch them. Tesla gonna come up into the zone. 435 minimum. 15% bounce. My target. Man, this is bullish, man. Elon having a ball. He having a ball every day. Every every time Tesla go up like 1%, he make like 20. He made like 5 billion. He's so rich it's sickening. But he don't got it in cash though. He can get it in cash, and he doesn't really pay taxes for it unless he sells. So all he has to do is just go get a loan against the cash that he has. That's it. That's all he has to do. I mean, against his shares. And like if Tesla goes up, then he uses that to pay off the loan, the interest on the loan. And he has A1 credit. Like his credit score is probably like 1,000, even though the highest you can go is like 850. His credit score is literally probably like 1,000. 1,000 out of 850. There's nothing that he cannot do. Someone's laughing at 1,000. I'm being dead serious, bro. Like he pulls up his credit karma. He pull up his credit karma, and his credit karma say, welcome, Master Elon. Credit score 1,000 out of 850. We apologize. We apologize for ranking your shit so low. There's nothing that he can't do. Man, they trying to squeeze this, bro. This is bullish. Every dip being bought. Buy the dip. Positive HVL. He is the credit, exactly. And he's getting ready, and Starlink getting ready to go, whatever it is, Starlink or whatever his space shuttle thing is getting ready to go public. What's this called? SpaceX, yeah, getting ready to go public. That's what's called. Look at this squeeze, bro. This is ridiculous. Hell no. Look at the Tesla. Huh? That's exactly what they did. They do it every single time. They be buying a dip every single time, bro. I'm telling you, man. These people pray. Rich people, they pray for a catastrophic event to happen. They pray for one. They pray for a catastrophic event to happen, and then people that are short sighted, they sell out or they get scared. They go, "Oh my goodness, stock market going to 100, 200." Uh, like that one dude who I was debating with. I was like, that one dude who I was debating with. I don't know, like if y'all remember him, but like a month ago, but like, yeah, this is about like 3 or 4 weeks ago when we was here. Like like he was like, he was like, he was like spy going. He was like he was like spy going to 350 market. Even then, 350 wouldn't be too crazy because that's 2023. But that's not what he said. He was like spy going to 250 market. I was like, are you crazy? He was like, no, I'm serious. Spy going to 250 market. Trump, everything bad. Hey Veronica, how you doing? Trump, everything bad. You've been warned. I was like, bro, this is not going to go there. I told him, I was like, okay, so if you think it's going to go there, then buy a put for 6 months out. Do it. I was like, full put your account. Like if you know it's gonna go there, or even 6 months. I was like, buy a leap put for like a year or two. But you're not gonna do that though. He was like, all right, bet I will. I was like, okay. And I was like, and watch, a year or two from now, we're gonna be at the all-time high. Watch. And I was like, 2 years from now, this is what I was like, SPY gonna be at like 800. Do it. She's like, okay, you've been warned. I used to listen to those people when I first started trading. They didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, bro. They didn't know what they were talking about. They were just spreading fear. Where are they getting these assumptions from? And this market is bullish off the chain. They're clearly masking this objective here to come here. Man, they done damn goofy around with this trend line enough where I gotta delete this because it's looking sloppy. Let's try and draw another one. Shit. Oh shoot, here's one right here that they're working on now. Be on alert now. Man, boy, this market is bullish off the chisang, boy. Look at how close they are to within a 15th of a percent of all time high in this SPX. If they attack 7,000, right here, right now, this market has to dump. Like an act of God has to happen right now for this, like right now. So like if you're shorting this, right now it's all or nothing. Right now, if you were shorting this, it is all or nothing. If they eclipse this high, and if they come close to this 7,000, I promise you, when it goes all time high, this shit is going to shoot up, and this market's going to be up like 1% today. So like it is within your best interest that an act of God happens, and then they tease these people at 7,000, and then they start hunting sell side for the rest of this day. If they do not dump this from this zone right now, this market is going to go to heaven in a handbasket on like one of those on one of those ET bicycles. It is going to go to the moon and it's going to fly away. So you need them to dump this right now from the zone and then tease these people. You need them to play a psychological game with these people, expecting all time high to come today, and then they turn the market red. You need that to happen. So, yes. So yeah, I'm like the ET handbasket. Like it was going with the bicycle with the wings. They tapping on this trend line. Oh my God, look at that. Look at that trend line right there, boy. If I ever seen one, my man, what do you think, Chris? You think it's something we should take a base it off of? Like, oh my goodness, look at this trend line over here going on right now with this ES. What is that? Close of 9601. Oh, I already had this. That's an 8 point volume balance over here on this spot. Man, they might try to attack that for real. But they didn't pop this high over here. We got this trend line going around, coming about. Look at this first presented over here. 66 to the downside is coming here. You said it. You said what? What do y'all think about this short? Man, shit. What do you think, Colt? Like, we got a trend line snap. Should we short it on the bounce and then manage our risk to an inverse of this? Because if they inverse this, then they are 100% going to squeeze higher. Like 100% they're going to go all time high. So like y- y- yeah, so like great job, Cole. Cole, call it a day, bro, because it's been kind of crazy. So like what I'm saying is like if they inverse this, then it's going to the moon. Hmm. If they inverse that Sibby, bro, they're gonna go to this moon. Shortness is dangerous. And we have this as a target. You said what, Cole? Yeah. Yeah. Man, this is crazy, boy. It's best I wait. Yeah, no, it's best I wait. Hell no. Look at that. They're getting ready to inverse it. Shit. Ahead of this objective. Man, this is getting kind of crazy, bro. I don't trust them. Good job, that boy Breeze. Yeah. This shred over here is why I have a trading community. Right here. Because I can ask people to know what the fuck they're looking at, and then they can give me opinions, and I go, man, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't do that. Or I'll still do that, but maybe I'll slightly downside. This is dangerous. You need a community behind you so you can ask questions in real time. Be on alert. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can't hop in front of a moving train. Don Will says, Lord have mercy. May he be with us in this through this time. Nub says, up 700 on the day. I love all time high. That's why I made $8,000 with the payouts in November. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, guys, certain people's personalities best suit certain market conditions. For me personally, I don't like all time high because that means that I'm buying the top. So my psychology gets like it destroys my psychology. And then you can't really short all time high because they come in clusters. So like every dip gets bought. So like you don't know which is which. But like if you have a calm mentality and like you like buying dips and you like targeting internals, man, you can make a killing off all time high because you know it's gonna keep coming in clusters. So and then you can walk away with the right discipline. But me on the other hand, shit, I just think it's a lot harder to trade. And then on top of that, price doesn't deliver as cleanly. But I agree, Nubs. I'm proud of you. This is Key from Dis. Should I enter buy? This is Key from Discord. Hey, Key. I would not buy this right now, Key. I'm being honest with you. I could not advise you to do that. I think it's best like maybe you wait for a pullback or something that you manage your risk off of something that you back tested. I have absolutely no idea what you back tested. But this thing just keeps squeezing randomly. Like I have no idea what's going on here. I mean I do, but I can't fathom this. No. Right. Right. Yeah, bro, this is crazy, bro. They have a vendetta. They have a vendetta, bro. They have not hunted sell side in like 12 days. I'm on mine, 250, 25K fund that I bought today. Good job, brother. Good job, Key. It's best to be on alert. Like, we need to wait for a pullback, something more risk advantageous. This is crazy. Mm. Oh my God. Look at this. Look, look. Look at them. Why would they not go 7,000 right now on this on this SPX? Like, why would they not go 7,000 on this? Like, what would possess them to just stop this and just shit the bed from here? Like, that's why I said, like, if they inverse that Sibi man, they was gonna go here. Like, and like, it's not gonna stop there. Why would they? Why? Why would they not go 7,000? Use this 1150 macro to do that? Everything within me says short this, but I don't trust them. Man, this is ridiculous, man. Maybe we should walk away. Hmm, this is ridiculous. Everything, every dip is being bought. Bro, man, what? I'm long on red. Ryder says, wow. I just don't trust buying up here at the top because I think because they could stop it at any point in time. So why would I buy the top of this move here? When then like they'll dump it on my head top the rest of the day. I don't trust that. That's not risk advantageous. Just because they're doing something unexplainable does not mean I should be trading something that's unexplainable. That's not smart for me to just full port longs up here and then they dump it down in here and I get scared. It needs to have a good risk to reward. Zero pullback, man. They gonna hit that joint, yo, for 100%, boy. 100%, my boy. Crazy. If they go 7,000, they're gonna go all time high today. You need to be on hyper alert. Who had this on their bingo cards? I did not today. I thought it was gonna come next week. As in, like, I thought they was gonna pull it back today and then go next week. I did not think they was gonna do this today. All time high is here. Best to be on alert now. This is all time high overshoot. I'm not gonna lie. I cannot take credit for this. I did not have this on my bingo card today. Why would they not go all time high overshoot right now? If they go all time high, that is going to be the easiest long scalp you could ever even imagine. Why? Because on the pullback they are going to reattack. On any significant pullback, they're going to reattack that. It's going to be it's going to be similar to that first trade I took today on that 630 tap today, where we longed it. Where was it? Where we longed it at? I can't remember. Where we longed it right here because we knew they was going to squeeze it higher into the zone. This trade was the first trade of the day. I never really trade before 9:45. I never do that. But I took this because I knew they were going to squeeze it here because this is a psychological round hold number over here at 630 on the dot. So that was the first trade we took on my funded account. It was safe. It's going to be the same thing here if they go all time overshoot. They're going to reattack. They're scheming on 7,000 on this SPX. That's what's next. Imagine long from down there. 10 cons, E. Man, that'd be crazy, boy. Lord Jesus. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm full pour on my TPT pros when it's time short. They're short. I don't care, Grant said. Whole week view. Man. Jay, you out of that trade, Jay from Texas? 800 ticks to the green to the buy side. Are you out of that trade? Hopefully you are. Man, watch them do God body from this zone. Oh, okay, nice. This is. Have you been scaling out? Okay, good. They about to squeeze this. Everything is all well and ends well. All's wells and ends wells. Everyone thought that the civilization was going to end. Deal has been reached. Everyone thought that China was going to that everything was going to go to hell in a handbasket with China. I checked my news feed this morning when I first woke up. Trump said, Trump said, Trump said this morning, yeah, me and my family are actually going to China. Everything is going great. China's not sending weapons to Iran anymore, and our relationship with China is great. Yeah, I promise you, just said it this morning. I swear to God, I read that. I'm not even joking. People were pulling their hair out about this. Market back at all time high now. All's wells and ends well. And you sitting here, and you sitting here. This just proves my point. You sitting here worried about geopolitical war tension news when you could have been learning about this market, and you trying to convince other people about Orange Man bad or Orange Man good, about stuff that's irrelevant, and you've been missing out on the opportunity to learn. Market right back at all time high, like nothing even happened. Can you believe it? Nothing even happened. Nothing even happened. Look at this weird pattern here. Nothing even happened. We right back there. Look at this market, man. Can't believe it. Buy the news, absolutely. Can't even believe it. They actually convinced me. They not convinced me. They actually tried to convince us that we was going to hell in a handbasket on a serious note. Right back again. They're playing games with us, man. Man, they playing games with us, huh? Ain't nobody talking about the Iran news no more. Nobody talking about the bombings. It's like everybody forgot. I don't see nobody complaining no more. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, I seen that one. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep. The media will manufacture something new to distract you. Yeah, exactly. Man, the stuff that you're concerned about, it is going to be irrelevant. I'm telling you, max, minimum, probably about 6 months from when it happens. Man, it's just going to be a blip on the radar. I'm trying to tell you, boy. This is crazy, man. These people are crazy, boy. They're trying to go 7,000. Look at that candle. Man, they about to come up to this 15-minute Sibby. Look at this. This is relentless. Can you believe it? Man, they go all time high overshoot. It's gonna be crazy. Watch God body. We're getting rich this week off of longs. Literally free money, just longing blindly. Chris says, Chris P says. From Discord. Yeah, right, exactly. They doing the show low volume too. Crazy, man. This right here is but guys, volume don't mean nothing. Guys, they could just squeeze it indefinitely on like low or high volume. Low guys, low volume. Volume does not mean bearish. That's why I stopped using volume because I back tested it and like because I back tested it and like that's what I thought too. Like I thought creeping it up on low volume or dumping on low volume means they're getting ready to reverse it. Hell no, they'll just go on low volume because no one's really transacting at that level, and then they'll flash bang it, and then they'll create volume in that same direction again, and then shake you out. They can just keep squeezing it indefinitely. So volume does not surprise me. I almost ignore volume completely. I'm being dead serious. You can tell from the size of the candles and if there's a climax or not. That's what I look for. I look for a climax through a zone, like high volume, big God body candle through a zone. Then I go, oh, I think they filled a lot of orders here. They might be done. I don't think they done up here at this top because they're going sideways. So they're showing low volume right now, right? So guess what you would probably think? Well, perfect time for me to short. No, they just gonna squeeze it. Well, they're creeping up over here on low volume, someone might think. They getting ready to dump. No, they just going sideways. It's tapering off. I need a climax. Like, oh my goodness, my account's gone. Climax. Then I'll think they're getting ready to reverse. Man, they about to take this to this 7,000 level on this damn SPX. Look at that candle. Look at them creep this up on this low volume. Look, just bleed it out, bleed it up. Look at it slow. Then watch them heat it up through a God body. Watch them. That'll be the climax. Then they'll consider pulling it back. I don't believe them. Watch them. Look at them scheme on this 7,000. Watch God body through the zone all time high overshoot. Watch bing. Buy the dip reign supreme. This right over here is where I'm not gonna lie. This is where I lack. So I know myself. So when we go all time high overshoot, my cash count will be on ice. Why? Because why? Because I'm going to be thinking that every dip they're getting ready to hunt sell side, but they're not. And I don't need to be shorting all the time high. I know that. So I need them. It's just running. Man, they scheming on this, man. Look at that, Chris. Oh my goodness. Yes, 100%. That's exactly what they're going to do. 100% they're going to grab liquidity and they're going to run this to the sell side faster than you could ever even imagine. They're scheming right now. They're not going to give you a chance to get out. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're not going to give you a chance to get out, and it's going to come so fast. Honestly speaking, well, Jay from Texas, he only has 2 contracts left. He needs to be trailing that because best case scenario, I see them flashing at 7,000, and then maybe doing a slight all time high peak. This dump candle from this zone, when they displace, is going to be insane. Guys, they are conditioning you right now mentally to buy the dip. I'm telling you what they're doing. Guys, they're mentally conditioning you right now to buy this dip. So every dip, you're going to think it's going to go higher, but it's going to be more fuel to then go lower. I'm trying to tell you now, that's what they're doing. You've been warned. I promise you that's what they're doing. I've seen this story 1,000 times with these people. I'm telling you that's what they're doing. I promise. I'm not lying to you. So I'm looking for a short right now. I'm just being for real. They're scheming on it now. Shit. I might come down in the hill to this volume balance for real. What you think about shorts at 213? Why 213? What's there? You see something I don't? It's at 213, Brandon. They're conditioning you to buy the dip. Then they'll run it in full. I'm trying to tell you. Look at this. Look at this. Trend line. Lord have mercy. May he help us. This is BS. Uh, Quay, Quay says, yeah. Look at this trend line here. They got goofing around. I wonder if I short this, they're gonna go all the time. I overshoot. I'm trying to tell you, that's what they're gonna do. They're scheming on this, man. These people are lascivious. They're evil. They're trying to take my money, and I know it. Close at 97.07. They ran this weird LR pattern they had going over this flag. That's why bull flags don't exist. Maybe buying to avoid tax liability. Wait, today is also tax day. I didn't know that. They about to snap this trend line, Lord Jesus. They about to start on the sell side. It appears. This is bearish. If I short it, I can manage my risk to this. Target this damn volume balance here that they left in their wake. Look at that. Close 17. 8. Look at this. Hmm. I think they're mentally programming you to buy this dip. And I think they're about to slam this to this floor. That's what I think in my brain. I don't trust them. I don't trust them no how, no way. Hmm. Look at the Nike bounce. Hmm. It's best I be on alert. I think they attack this at some point in time today and they come back for this. There's no way they don't come back for this at some point in time today. I'm telling you. They're going to attack this. Mm. Every dip is being bought. Damn, they blindly long the damn pullbacks and make money. Every decent pullback is bought. I just think they're socially conditioning me. I don't trust them. Remember, the market is trying to help you. Trust them. I agree, Padre. It is trying to help you. It's just trying to go to a spot where it can fill orders. It's just that your strategy has to align with where they're trying to go fill orders within reason. I don't trust them. I said trust them. I don't trust them as in like with the they'll cook me, Padre. Yeah, exactly. Looks like they're making a bigger trend than me. I'm waiting. Yeah. Cluster bounce. Timestamp 11:35. If I short this, I got 15 minutes until I'm cooked. Before they launch this off a launching pad. Mm. Manage my risk to one of these sibbies here on a short potentially. Hit. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh my God. Hold on. Did they attack this volume balance right here? No, they missed this. Look at that volume balance right there that they missed. Nico, where are you? Is he asleep? Where's Grant? I'm getting ready to short this. I'm gonna short this and try and target that volume balance. Where are those dudes at? Are they asleep at the helm? I need to be out whenever they eclipse this. What's going on with Grant and them? What the hell is going on with Grant and them and the crew? What the hell is going on with the guys? Shit, look at that shitty filter they gave me on. What's going on with the crew? Where are the guys at? Every dip being bought. Jesus Christ, I'm back in the same position I was earlier. Where is the crew at? Which one you see? This one here. That they just teased just now. Every dip is being bought. Oh my God. They want that 7K on SPX at least. That's exactly what they want. But there's this volume balance right over here that I thought they were getting ready to target. I could get a base hit off of it. I jumped the gun. I should have shorted on green. I shorted on fucking red again. Man, this is my last trade on this account, man, and I'm done. Keep on making foolish mistakes on my cash account. I'm being a fool. But again, at least I got something to manage my risk off of here. So there's that. Trump trying his best to get this to 700 spot. He ain't trying his best for, you know. They're going to do what they're going to do regardless. That was a terrible short. What's up with me, man? Sick of this shit. What is that? Look at this market squeeze relentlessly. This is flat out ridiculous, bro. Have you ever seen such a thing like this? Every dip being bought. Really? Oof. I need to cut this trade. They're getting ready to go 7,000. They're gonna go 7,000 on this. I need to cut this trade for sure. There's zero reason. Yeah, no. There's zero reason why I should be holding on to this trade right now. They're getting ready to go 7,000. I gotta cut this. Yeah, bro. Hell no. I gotta cut this on this idea. This trade over here was wrong, huh? Nothing. Nothing. Just stop. Just immediately stop on a dime and squeeze it hard. You know, fucking Jesus H. Christ. Holy shit. Holy shit. Get the fuck out of there. I cut that trade for a loss. I'm not gonna hold on to that. I cut that short for a loss up at the top. I'm not gonna hold on to that. Exactly. So I had to cut it then. You know, that's crazy. They're scheming on a 7,000 overshoot. Oh, you want to trade? No, I cut that trade and I gave up all my profits. I cut that trade because I can see that they're trying to go 7,000 overshoot, and I don't want to be blindly holding on to this trade here. They're trying to go 7,000, and it's just 1150 macro, boy. They want to squeeze this. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Phone call. Hello. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I was on mute. I didn't realize I was on mute. Guys, the highest candle is 707 is 3750. The highest is 3750. The highest is 3750. I would probably say there's a 95% chance that the green bodies shoot this past this zone and eclipse this high. Especially considering it is the 1150 macro. You need to be on hyper alert for this scenario. I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to tell you, man, that they're trying to squeeze this past the zone, boy. This is bullish off the chain. They're trying to squeeze this past the zone and eclipse this high over here. They're not just going to leave this unrepaired like this. They want to squeeze this past the zone. Got this trend line that they're coming into contact with again. I just don't want to buy the top on this move and try and do a breakout trade and they dump it on my head top. I don't trust that. There's nothing to manage my risk off of other than maybe this. Look at this trend line. That's a perfect double top. You shorted a perfect double top? Are you holding? Mm, okay. Well, well, just so you know, that's an insane draw on liquidity, and it is 1150. But I, but I trust your analysis. They want 7K. Yeah, they keep teasing 7K. They're coming back into contact with the reason why I took this trade over here. But SPX is pulling it back, and then NQ is not even moving. NQ is literally not even moving at all. So help me God, it's not even budging. Every time ES pulls back, NQ is saying, hell no, I want to go higher. It's like it has a vendetta against going lower today for some reason. Look at this. Hmm. Coming into contact with this damn trend line from where I shorted it earlier. Close out at the top. That's why I don't like closing out at the top, because usually they give you a chance to reduce your losses. Usually. Fucking bullshit. Look at this trend line. Jesus Christ. Look at that. They filled this volume balance. Closing 91, lower 91. They filled this, which is the reason why I took the short. Yeah, if I long this, then they'll snap this trend line. came back for that volume imbalance that I took this short off of initially. But SPX, but NQ is just so fucking bullish off the chain. It's so bullish off the goddamn chain. Nothing. Good job, Moolah. I think they're about to tack this. I think they're about to tack this high, bro. So help me God, that's what I think in my brain now. Hmm. Do I take the side of this trend line or do I take the side of this double top? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Something's got to give. Like, we got to listen. Something's got to give. Something's got to give. Like they got to squeeze this shit up into the zone or something. Should have launched it over here, but it came into contact with this trend line. They didn't snap it, so it's going against what I know. Like I don't want to long with these people, but that's just me. I don't trust them. With this rejection, that's what you've been thinking. That they're getting ready to dump it and the target this view up. You think they get ready to target this view up? Mm. What is that? Yo, look at the size of this. Chris, look at the size of this volume balance. Look at that. Look at the size of that. Yeah, nah. Look at the size of that volume balance. Holy shit. I've never seen something that low. Well, no, I did like a week and a half ago. That is a 140 point volume balance to the downside. They are 100% going to come back here to the zone at some point in time. Now, like, like if they dump this, then you need to get out. If they flash banners to this floor, then you need to get out because they're going to come back to the zone. So if they dump this from the zone, then you need to count that as a gift. You need to re-enter potentially whenever they fill this. That is an insane size. I have to refresh this chart. I need to refresh this chart to double check. No, that is true. They're going to come back up here and fill this 100%. There's zero debate in my brain that they're going to do this. So if they dump this, you need to get out. Because then this dump is going to be fake at least until they come up into the zone and fill this. Why did they leave that there like that? That's crazy. I'm going to loan this. I'm going to loan this on 4 contracts, and they just gave me the absolutely shittiest feel just now. But I just think they're getting ready to come up into the zone and shoot this, and then maybe come up here and fill this volume balance up here into the zone. But they just gave me the absolute shittiest feel just now. But I'm going to loan this, and I'm going to assume that they're getting ready to shoot this up here into the zone. and then target these highs or something like that. They gave me the absolute shittiest feel just now on that trade just now. Hmm. Look at the size of this volume balance up into the zone here. That is crazy. Why did they do that? Look at this SPX volume balance right here that they just left. Look at that. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Wow. I don't like that. I need to get out of that. Wow. I don't like that because of that feel that they gave me. But this is here. I don't like that because of that feel. I don't trust that. I had to get out. They gave me the shittiest feel on that trade just now. Get out of that. That fill was just shitty. That was it. I just didn't like that. They filled me at the top of this candle when I wanted to get fill on the red candle. So I cut it. But they're trying to come up here and shoot this past this zone over here on SPX. There's this volume balance right over here. They were trying to go lower until they created this. It stopped on a dime and it's coming back for this. We need to not be shorting this. They just filled it just now. So they just filled it just now. They can continue going back lower and doing what they were doing potentially. But they just filled that just now. That's what that alert was. They filled it just now. You need them to dump this now from the zone. Timestamp 1204. Why did they? Guys, I haven't seen something like that large in like a week. There's no way that there's 0% chance that they weren't going to fill this. I bought it blindly up there at the top because I thought they were going to squeeze the NQ higher through it. Now they can continue lower potentially, but who knows? I don't know what that meant. Crude oil is dumping. We need to watch this. Now they can continue going back lower. They were not going to go lower without that being filled. They were not going to go lower. That was impossible. Correct. Well, they just want to come up here and fill. Do you see this, bro? Look at this. Look at the size of this. There's no way that they weren't going to do that. It was 0% scenario. Yeah, 100%. What did they fill? This volume balance. Look at this gap. Look at the size of this gap here. Nothing was traded in the zone on SPX. That's why I said that. So I like when I identified that, I told Chris I was like, hopefully your size accordingly for them to come up into the zone because they're going to come here 100%. This is a volume balance. This is a true volume balance that they left in their wake. They weren't trying to go lower until they did this. That's what that was. Now they want to squeeze it higher. Timestamp 1206. Chris has this trend line working in his favor. Still though, that's dangerous. Hmm. Real. This is bullish. Yeah, this is bullish. Look at that. Bro, and oil. He said, oil. What's wrong with oil? You said it's dumping? Fire? Look at this. Shit. They're getting ready to take out these double top highs. Jesus Christ, long and it was the perfect thing. Yeah, inverse and 100% full effect. 1150 inverse. They dumped it from 1150 and they stopped it on the down like right around 12, and then they reversed it, and now they're squeezing it again for the 12-way inverse. This is bullish. This is bullish. This is bullish. If it's too obvious, I wouldn't trust it. Jesse says, yeah. I'm break even on my short. If I get stopped, it's cool. Here they come. I'm about to call Trump. He said break even. Well, I said break even. Sure, this is crazy. Well, I'm not gonna lie. This is some of the most man. I gotta watch this. I have no idea what they're going to do. I gotta watch. This is dangerous. They're literally within one candle of taking out this high here. Chances that they take out this high, I probably say 75% that they squeeze it, 25% they don't. I think they're trying to squeeze this. I love how Fire laughs at the absurdity of it all. Yeah, me too. Crude oil moves too slow, Mulo says. Yeah. Mm, somebody entered into a position just now. Who was shorting that? Or who was longing that? Was that Jay from Texas? No, 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 that's abundant. I just heard that over the field. The hell was that? Shit. They're scheming on this high here. I watched them do God body from the zone. Yes. If this candle right here turns green, I think they're gonna shoot this. This candle got a dump. Because I'm asking myself the question, why would they not eclipse this? Man, this is dangerous. We gotta be watching this. About to squeeze this. Wow. Hmm. 12-14. Hmm. It's scheming on that high, on that double top, and it's scheming on this 7,000 SPX. If they go 7,000, they will go all time high today. They have to dump from the zone. If they do not, they're going to go all time high. And when they dump from the zone, they're going to dump this market and it's probably going to go red. I personally think that there's only two cards left to play right now. It's either the Yeah, it's either they go all time high or they displace from the zone in a manner that you're not going to be able to trade. And the entire market is going to go red. There is no, hey, we're just gonna go sideways. I think I think that if they go all time high overshoot, we're gonna have a just it's gonna get ridiculous. Or we could do look above and fail. But like they'll flash it, show all time high on the SPX and a SPY, and then dump it. And then turn the market red. But I said three things that contradict themselves. So long story short, guess what? I don't know what the fuck they're getting ready to do. Guess what that tells me? I mean, tells me they could do anything. That's what that's telling me. So I take that back. I don't know what they're getting ready to do. So because of that, I'm gonna wait. Someone said, "Yeah, I gave all of the scenarios just now. They dump it. They bump it. Man, you know what? I stopped there and I heard myself. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know what they're getting ready to do. So I'm gonna wait. That right there is why I talk aloud. Gotta hear yourself talk sometimes. It's like, hold on. So that they all time high overshoot and squeeze it higher into oblivion, or they squeeze it and then look above and fail, or they displace it and they dump it from the zone and turn the market red. All scenarios. I'm like, wait, hold on, wait, what? So guess what that's telling me? If I can't pick or choose at least one or two of those scenarios, then I don't know what the fuck they're doing. So guess what I gotta do? I gotta wait. I have no idea. Nvidia looking like it's gonna dump. Nvidia look like it's trying to go to 200. Rise and shine. Oh wait, they already flashed 200. They did it. Never mind. Yes, Nvidia is looking like it's trying to dump. Climax here. Yes. If Nvidia goes to hell in a handbasket, so will the market. Be on alert. We need to be watching this high here. They're scheming on it. It looks like it's trying to roll over. Hell yeah, they just flashed 200 just now. Look at this. Look at this. They want to squeeze this. They're clearly reaching for that high there. Something is amiss. And when they squeeze this, they're gonna squeeze it. It'd be a deceptive. The Qs are up another 1%. Look at that. They took out the alert. Triple top reign supreme again. SPX at 7,000 next. They're knocking on the door. Why would they not come here? Good trade. They took the high. They took a loss on that trade, Chris. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, because I'm looking at this right now, and I'm going from asset to asset, liquidity to liquidity, and I was just on ES. They took that out. Now I'm looking at 7,000 on the SPX. That's what's next here. They're scheming on this 7,000 point. No, no, you okay? Oh shit. Oh my goodness. Wow. They went 7,000. SPX all time high is next. Watch God body. All right, brother. Have a good day. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Wow. Look at the all time high. The T's an all time high. Mm-mm. 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 They want to go all time high. They're so close. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. They're gonna go all time high. Mm-mm. Spy gonna go all time high. Spy's gonna come here. It's gonna shoot past this all time high. Then they're gonna dump it. That's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Be on alert. The market is up another 1 percentile again. They're gonna go all time high overshoot. Bullish. Guys, listen, when they go all time high overshoot, the market's gonna be moving glitchy. It's going to move very glitchy. I promise you it's gonna move digital. It's gonna act very weird, at least on the ES it will. QQQ is not at all time high. It's close. But all time high still means all time high. You need to be on alert. Watch out. When they make all time high, you do not short this. You wait. There's going to be a lot of people blowing up their accounts. You need to give them at least 3 or 4 minutes to digest what's going on. It's crazy. Hmm. I think they know everyone's scheming on an all time high. Hmm. Hmm. Good job. Hmm. 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 I see that quote. That trend line. When did you start that trend line at? Down in here or here? 26,106. You said 140 or you like it? Look at this. Look at this. Now NQ is bearish and ES is bullish now. They're taking turns now. I think that they were teasing you and making you think all time high overshoot. Everyone is looking at it right now. ES is bullish, but NQ is not. Hmm. Look at this. And I think that when they go, they're gonna go, bro. Nope. Yeah, that's so they better dump this. They're gonna come back for this maybe like next week or something potentially. 100% we will go all time high. I'm unsure about that today. Let's look at these double bottoms or something. Next strong liquidity is 69682. Look at the ES with this trend line again. Back into it. I think that they were conditioning you to buy this dip. Look at this. They snapped this trend line. Yeah. I think they want to snap this trend line. I think they want to snap this trend line on this ES and they want to dump this. They flipped it on a dime. They teased this all time high overshoot by a few ticks because everyone was looking at it and buying here. And now they're pulling it back. And now they've trapped them. On NQ. 100% that is LRLR. 100% this is LRLR on on a 5 minute time frame. Look at these 15-minute candles. Look at just just look at this move and look what they've been socially conditioning you to buy from. Look at this move here. Man, what a trade, boy. Yeah, what a trade. Great job. What a manager trade. I wouldn't necessarily say that because right here is because right over here is a perfect double bottom. So like if they displace from the zone, then I'm going to assume they're going to attack. Then I'm going to short it. I wouldn't necessarily say that. Just right over here, why? Because the lower this candle over here is 3302. The lower this candle is 3302. They're not going to just leave it like that intact like that. Especially not combining that with this trend line over here. Lower this candle over here. Look at this. Lower this candle is 8650, 87, 8625. They did not even pop the lower this candle. And then we missed the inverse of this 15-minute BISI. They're going to attack sell side further. I want them to come up higher, then I'll short it. Hmm. Yeah, because they're bouncing from this 1 to this 5-minute BISI cluster. That's it. That's the only reason why they're turning this around slightly. But they just engineered this liquidity over here on the Qs. They just engineered that. And ES is goofing around with this perfect trend line after teasing all-time high. Look at how bullish this is. I think they're getting ready to attack lower. We need to watch this perfect double bottom over here on this damn QQQ. Um, mm, mm, mm. I'm gonna step away from my desk real quick, and I'm gonna step away from my desk real quick. Hold on. He says oil is still dumping, bro. Is Tradevate down right now? I don't think so. I can run a test limit order. They might do a weird fake out where they squeeze it up here higher and then they dump. I think they want to target these lows over here. What is that volume balance? Look at that. Close of 51, highest. This is a 6-point volume balance. I think they want to target these lows. This is trying to dump through this floor. They 100% want to dump this through this floor. 100% they want to dump this through this floor. To then target this double bottom. You know, they want to go. Absolutely. Hmm. They want to dump this. Next is on the list is that they want to flash this VWAP and they want to come here to this volume balance here on this SPY. And they want to target this VWAP over here on this SPX. This is bearish. Look at this trend line. You need it. Everyone needs to be on alert because they've been conditioning you to buy the dip. So, so, so they're going to make you think, hey, buy the dip, and then like every dip is going to keep falling to the floor. That's what I was talking about. You need to be on alert. Holding on the longs up here is the last should have been the last thing on your brain. Great trade, sir. Great job. All right, brother. Great trade, Chris. Great job, Chris. They're gonna come here for this volume balance. This right here is what's next. They're gonna come in for this one. This right here is what's next. Good job, Jesse. And good job, Chris. Good job, silly. Way to, way to trust your analysis, guys. Great job. I missed it, but it's okay. Great job. Proud of y'all. Proud of y'all. Hmm. Yeah. Everyone was looking at all-time high, and they reversed it right up there at the top. You let me know what you're doing right now. We're trading NQ futures. Where's it going down to on my NQ? I can barely see on my phone. I gotta watch this. On- The, on- the only drawn liquidity I had was that QQQ double top bottom. I gotta watch this. I still don't think this is bullish. I think they've reversed this, and they're gonna condition you to buy the dip, and they're gonna dump it on your head top. That's what I think. Agreed, CalStar. Hmm. They want to dump this. They're conditioning you to buy the dip. So every red candle you think is going to be green and bounce, and they're just going to dump it.
Alright, man, that's first TP. I didn't even get to sleep.
Good job,
I
buddy.
laid down and I heard my speaker go off. I was like, okay.
I don't understand what made this area to sell of all the other areas. Simply because everyone was looking up there at the all-time high overshoot, and they've been creeping this up here this entire time. Why would they not run this? Just look at this LRLR over here that Mullah was talking about.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna leave my last contract running to undo this entire from the entire move from New York
Hmm.
all the way down. I would be a little ambitious on that, but I'm looking for them to undo the entire move because this is just bullshit. It has to do this.
Hmm. They're gonna be hunting sell side for like the next day or two.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't mind. I'm just gonna let it go. Let it ride.
I
I
think that
got auto trailing set up on my trader bait, so it's like every 100 ticks I think it trails like
I think they want to come here. I think they want to come here, and that they want to come. They want to come near, and that they want to come here to this volume balance over here on this damn spot. That's what I think in my brain. They are going to come here to this volume balance over here on this spot. There's nothing to stop them. On on a bounce, I'm gonna start scaling into a short, but I'm not gonna short this inside this hole. Why? Because we just flashed this VWAP. So if they just flash bend into this floor and come here, then guess what? My thesis was correct. But I know for a fact that they want to come here now. I can't see
yeah, I agree.
20 cards inside the shoe, but I can only see, but I can see five. This right there is what they're scheming on. So on a bounce, I'm going to short it. There's multiple draws on liquidity lower, and there's no reason on this why they would just stop on this VWAP like this. They're going to flash banish to this floor,
E,
and
one
then they're going to
question.
target this
The
VWAP on this
other
ES. You said what?
E on the daily time frame, there's a volume imbalance down at 550.
Yeah, exactly.
So
They want to target that.
probably in the next couple days.
26 what? 193. Uh, hon- honestly speaking, on the safe side, in order to maximize your potential, there's 106. There's 26 106. Full blown TP there. Whenever we feel this right over here, then I would probably take off like 50 to 75% because they're coming over here. And like I would leave the rest runners and I would just go break even and fully TP out over there at that 106 on the flash of the VWAP on the Qs. So they're trying to headhunt this zone right over here. I could see what they're doing, but they're just not bouncing it in order for me to short it. They're trying to target that. And then they want to flash this low over here at 6983 over here on this SPX. They're trying to flash all of this. They're they've conditioned you now mentally to buy the dip. So people are getting hurt because they're like, hey, why is the market not bouncing anymore? It's been doing this last few days. The carousel has stopped spinning and people can't see it yet. That's what's going on. So they just filled this volume balance over here that I originally tried to take this trade off of, but they displaced from and they came back for it. They're going to fill these volume balances, large volume balances like that size, literally almost like the same day they're going to do that. They're going to do those things. Okay? I'm being dead serious there. So it's like a 90% chance that they do that. There's another one over here, but they just flashed this VWAP and they just filled so many of them. We need to be on alert for potential bounce.
All I'm trying to do is lose $30 on this retail for the consistency, and I keep on fucking getting. Gotta keep on getting the other direction.
Hmm.
Fuck you got 1 day first, and I made $5.9 thousand literally, dude, I just in a minute and a half. No bullshit. I don't know what it was. I'm sending you a picture. Ended up rolling out. I keep on going like three and three, like I'm trying to add three and moving the stop loss up so that it has a better chance of just fucking getting licked, so I can get this amount down on it, and it just keeps on going higher. I'm like, freaking A, bro. Like, I need to just start this is my new trading model. What is the opposite of what I would do? Or better yet, what I need to think. Just think like you'd want to lose them, and you'll just win all the time.
Exactly. This right here was the zone where I advised Chris right over here. Whenever they fill their volume balance, take off 50 to 75% of their trade off and just let the rest ride, so that he can maximize his results.
Because that was the exact spot that I had my TV set at. So we were perfectly aligned, just different parts of the trade. It was
Correct.
fantastic.
Correct. So
That's why I kept it as long as I did. I was like, no, if he's saying that there, I know for a fact that my TP is gonna get hit. No for a fact.
correct. Yeah. So the moment that they filled this volume balance over on this spy, this is like this right over here was what I was telling him. So like he needed to close out on like that push over there on the spy because that was the objective on the flash of this VWAP. That's all they were trying to do just now. What is that? Close at 31, low at 36, has a 5 point volume balance over here on this spy. This right. Remember what I said about them socially conditioning you in order to buy the dip. There's a 5 point volume balance over here on this spy.
It just licked the stop loss. All right, man. Y'all trade good. Stay safe. Don't forget food
All right,
coma.
brother, be
I'm
safe.
out. Catch y'all later.
All right, then, brother, be safe.
Have a good day, buddy.
I think they want to dump this. This is bearish. They're conditioning you to buy the dip. So, so you're going to buy it, and then the dip's going, then the floor's going to keep on falling through the floor. There's a 5 point volume balance here. Didn't they give me a chance to trade that just now? This is bearish. There's a volume balance over here on the Qs that they're targeting next. There's another one here at 631. This is what's next. This market is pulling it back. It's bearish. There's nothing bullish about this market. You need to adjust what you've been seeing. This is bearish. I'm being dead serious. This is bearish. Every bounce now until proven otherwise is going to be fuel to go lower. They've been socially programming you to buy the dip. So they're confusing your brain. Sell side is going to hit. Intraday sell side is going to hit. And I'm telling you that the children are going to go home. The carousel has stopped spinning. It's time to go home to the children. It's time to go home. This right over here is what's next. This volume balance over here. And then this liquidity over here. Past this 631. That's what they're targeting next on this leg down. They're bleeding it out nonstop. This right here is what's next. Be on alert. Oh yeah, they took this out. SPY has hardly even moved from the highs for real. It's still just at 696. It was getting closer to 698, but we haven't really even dumped nothing insane for real. Market only down less than 1/4%. So I know it feels like a lot, but trust and believe they can still heat this up something vicious. Trust and believe that. Hmm. These people are crazy, man. Can do anything. This 15 minute Sibi is what's next on their list. I'm gonna short this and I'm gonna try and target this 15 minute Sibi over here. I'm entering a short position over here at this bottom, but I think they want to target this 15 minute Sibi. And this drawn liquidity here lower. This is a little bit dangerous because I am literally shorting the bottom, but I think that they're trying to bleed this out. There's multiple draws and liquidity lower. And I think they want to flash this VWAP and target this here. This is what I think that they're trying to come to. Jesus Christ, look at that. Trade straight to the TP. Jesus Christ. It was dangerous, but I have this over here. They're targeting objectives. I'm trying to tell you that they're confusing you. They made you think by the dip over here and everything is fine. This market is bearish. They're trying to hunt sell side. Intraday sell side has begun. I'm trying to tell you, this is bearish.
Can I break down what I just did as if that was stupid, or like essentially like me getting so that first entry I had was man, I think it was obviously quite a bit higher from the other side. If you look at
Right.
um, but I was only in on one micro. I took it off, like you said, made like maybe $400 on it, and then was leaving that run. It was up like 150, and literally right when you went in, I was about to ask you before that, like, is this up? And I'm obviously out now, like full TP. But I was about to
Good
ask you,
job.
like, if you were in on one micro, would this be a good opportunity to like add in and go target that VISI that hustle I was talking about before, and you targeted that exact same thing. So I added four micros, went in on five, and then full TP for like $300 instead of like what would have been like 1
Yeah, I mean,
135, 140.
yeah, I mean, averaging into a winner is far more is is an advanced thing. But like again, like if you were only in one, then yeah, what I'm saying, like you can average into like three, four, or five. Like if you have a clear drawn liquidity, what I'm saying, like if you feel as though hey, like it's going there, but just understand that you don't want to go anything large than that because you're literally short in the bottom. And so the rules, the best way to average into a trade is to on a pullback, like for example, like you see, yeah, like you see, and I go, hey, you know what? They're getting ready to come here. It's like like you have a target here, and then and you're like, well, they missed it, so they bounced it, and you go, well, me adding, for example, three contracts here would be like my, you know, B entry. But man, can you believe if they bounce it up into this zone, man? Dang, that right there would be my A plus. I would really add three or four, or shoot, you know what? I would be in 10 micros right over here so that I could still target this lower, right? And so that's the easier way to average in. The harder way is to do the opposite. Like you're already in the position and it's going in your favor, and then you're averaging down because they could boof it on you and go opposite. And then get to what would be your God's gift entry. But then at your God's gift entry, you would then stop out.
So like where like it literally played out like you kind of walk straight. Hey, like I would take like 70 at least like 50% off it, 70 75%,
Mhm.
and then like on
And they
that
took off this.
downside
Yeah, bro. Look, bro. They literally flashed that exact low that I said that you should target. That 26,106. Is that what you're talking about? Look at that.
yeah
That
that
exact low they took it
that
out
was the
to this
yeah
15 minute busy. And now they're bouncing it.
literally.
This is bullish now.
I had taken obviously most of it off like when they flashed VWAP, and then on that bounce back up, that's when you'd be like, all right, like now would kind of be my opportunity if I want to like re-enter and go target exactly what I was targeting before.
Yeah. Um,
Takes your profit out, and then it like bounces back and gives you like another opportunity to go get the exact same thing you were getting.
you're talking about if they haven't completed that objective, as in like they start reaching for it, and then I start TPing out, and then like they start coming back against me. Are you talking about re-adding into that again? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Correct.
For Giselle, since we talked about it a bit too,
Correct.
you were saying they this would be a good time to take most of it off, and they did. They literally bounced back immediately. That's where Chris got out of
Correct.
that one runner, and then that would have been that like 26, 168 area where they kind of bounced back up within that moment of like what I'm saying. Like that's probably the point. Like, hey, you just got profit, like, and you still got a runner. If you wanted to add, it probably be there. That's
Correct.
what you want to do.
Exactly. Yes, correct. Yes, correct. Because the full completion of the trade that to where you asked me, you were like, hey, like, where should I be out in full? And I said right over here, 50 to 75%. Why? Because they could have very well just bounced back up into the zone. Guys, they don't gotta go straight to this full TP. So I told him close it whenever we feel this volume balance on SPY on this push over here and on this candle at 1248. So at 1248 here, I told him to close it here. And then I said 75% on this push down when you hear that alert out. So then he saved himself against this. So if he would have, so the perfect navigation on that trade would have been him taking 75% off here and then going break even on his runners from his position up into here. If he still felt as though, hey, you know what, we're still going to come over here to this full TP because he asked me, he said, what's full TP? And I said, full TP is this 15-minute busy. So help me God, I said that at 106. And so then I was like, okay, so now he's like, so now since he only has 25%, he can now potentially still start structuring his trade over here and managing his risk into this, and he can still take multiple trades off of the same liquidity target. I do that all the time to where like I will rinse a clear objective numerous times. Numerous times. Like so, like as they're pushing towards it, you start taking your risk off of it. And then if they bounce it in the opposite direction, well, guess what? You're not stressing because you're only in 25% of the trade. You TP out over here at the bottom. And so your mentality needs to be looking at it as though, man, you know what? I mean, if I would have held on anyway, I would have been at break even. I'm in the green, so why not add a little bit into what I'm already looking at if I still think they're getting ready to go there, if I still think that that's the case. So then I'll add here to then still target the full blown TP here. And as they start reaching towards it, then I'll be maybe trailing it, maybe like I don't know. Why did the market just tank bad? Because they've been socially conditioning you to buy the dip. That's why.
That and you need to somehow sometimes learn when a liquidity target is a fake out target because technically what they ended up doing was they took out a lower liquidity target with like 30, 40 ticks from the next liquidity target up, which I've been noticing more and more, and I've been trying to look at those to lock those in because half the time when I get liquidated, when I'm wrong in a trade and I'm like, no, I'll just hold it because I got a good fill, and then that top tick liquidity is like what I aim for, and then it'll hit that lower liquidity. I'll be like, nope, we're gonna hit a pullback. I'm gonna stay nice and good in here, and it's gonna bounce back up. It'll go much further than my order fill because
Exactly.
it had a good bounce lower, and then I get liquidated and filled at a lower profit than what I could have if I just took it at that first liquidity fill that was lower instead of waiting for the higher to get hit. Because technically, I think the higher liquidity target could get hit. We're bouncing off of a good 1 hour, 5 minute, and 15 conglomeration.
Mm-hmm.
It could do a nice little reach up if they really
Absolutely.
wanted to, but I think they've hurt enough people today, and they've got a lot of LR to run to the downside
Correct.
here and there.
Correct.
But
I agree with everything you just
that's
said.
one thing I've been noticing is they will put two liquidity targets right next to each other, a few ticks away, hit one, run right up to the other one, and then retreat and say, "Oh, I'm going to do a liquidation leg down while these people have their TPs up here, knock out your stop losses, and then I'll go where you had it before."
Exactly. Agreed. Great analysis. He says, why didn't I explain more? I have a question for you. Did you understand anything that Chris just said? If if Chris, if if you did not understand everything that he just said crystal clear, then you need to sign up for that $11 knowledge center. Then it'll explain it to you. Otherwise, no offense, I will be wasting my time trying to explain it to you. Because I actually day trade for a living and I make money doing this on a daily basis. So I would be wasting my time trying to explain it to you. You would not understand it. And then on top of that, I clicked on your profile. No offense, but you're not watching. But you're not following. You've been watching for less than 2 minutes with 2 comments. So I have no idea even if you're still here while listening right now. Shit, you could be on the phone with your girl or your husband. So I have absolutely this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just being for real. All right, buddy. That's why that that's why that knowledge center is there for $11, and then Discord is $29. Because most humans are not going to understand nothing that I just said, or nothing that Chris just said. So when people see what I'm saying, my point exactly. You know, Brooklyn Boss has been following me for a while, which is perfectly fine. But like that's my point exactly. He goes, "What does LRLR mean?" So I would have to entrust that he's listening right now and not on the phone or playing video games on his phone, or he's not just goofing around, just over there at work or doing whatever. And I'm going to have to stop instructing from actually making money and looking for trade setups. And I'm going to have to entrust that he's listening right now from TikTok, and I have no idea what he's doing. And then I'm going to have to directly explain that to him, and then hope that he internalizes what I'm talking about from face value instead of walking through it like a lesson where he can take notes and he can actually see it in person. So, like, I can't do that for every person that asks me that question from TikTok. So it's easier for me to just charge $11 per month and then run free mentorships to those students that want to join Discord for $29 per month, and then not charge anything and then save the mentorships on the weekends for free if you're inside Discord. I mean, like if you have $40, if you have $40, you will get 4 free mentorships and trading mentorships, and you will understand. And then we can have intelligent conversations. But I can't do that from TikTok. Like, like I'm not trying to be rude. And if you're sitting there debating, going, hmm, I wonder. I want you to try to talk to a millionaire who's literally a millionaire trader, and then say, hey, I want access to all your models. I want to be a part of your trading community, and then I want you to run free mentorships on the weekend, and then I'm gonna give you $10 a week for it. And then the class is gonna be 2 or 3 hours, and I can ask you questions, and we can bounce ideas off of each other during live trading. And then just like how Chris, and I'm not Chris, and then just like how Colt just did, when Colt was in this short, what did Colt ask me? Colt was like, "What is the TP?" And I instructed and I guided him on this trade. I said, "Be out here, 75%, full TP over here." And he maximized this trade to the full blown maximum potential. And people want that, and so like if you are sitting here debating that, then great. Then you as a human, you need to watch for free because I can't help you. There's nothing that I can do, and because I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing here. They're squeezing this higher. This is bullish now. They swept this low and they ran this LRLR over here in full. I'll give you a visualization. LRLR stands for low resistance liquidity run. So me even telling you that, I don't think that does it justice. I'm being honest with you. This right over here is LRLR over here in full. Then they paired it with this trend line and they snapped it. If you see this, you don't need to be long on this. This right over here was fake. So when they paired it with this trend line over here, every single person is thinking trend line are long, support and resistance are long. They don't give a shit about that. They're going to run it in full. So they ran it and they never give you a chance to participate on a 3 minute time frame. Every single 3 minute candle turned bearish until they swept this low over here that I instructed Chris to be out on in full, not Chris, Colt to be out on in full blown TP. I literally said 106. And then I said be 75% of the way here just to be safe on this candle at 1248. So they're squeezing it now because they just completed their objective. So what their new objective is, I'm unsure. But we're tapping into a 1-5 and a 15-minute SIBI cluster up here inside the zone now. You need to be on hyper alert. This is crazy.
What's crazy though is people want exactly what just happened and like what you just kind of explained. They want
For
it
free,
like without any investment, without
without
any
nothing.
money loss, without
Nothing.
any time put in, without nothing. I had someone comment that on one of my videos. He said 2 months, like what the hell can you learn in 2 months? And I responded, I was
100%.
Like even that right there, like I'm learning how to slowly not just be like a little scalper and like actually understand like how to hold a trade, where things are going, and even obviously like that was kind of like what I wanted to ask you specifically. Like, how do I take partials and be better, like trusting my winners? That way I don't feel like I need to get in another trade and like re-enter and retake that risk. Like start understanding how to take partials and whatnot.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
It can happen in a
Yeah,
couple weeks, not 2 months. You just gotta learn and understand it.
exactly.
Invest a little bit, probably lose a little bit before you start winning a little bit.
Exactly. Look at the ES just squeeze vertical from the zone here. Hmm. I'm shorting this 1 and this 5 and this 15-minute Sibi cluster here. I'm trying to take a base hit off of the zone here. What is that? So yeah, the links inside my bio, nqinsider.com. The links inside my bio, nqinsider.com. But the knowledge center is completely separate. I'll be right back. I don't like how they just did that, how they just missed that Sibi like that. This is indicative of something that's about to squeeze higher, how they just missed that like that. Mm. I was anticipating ES starting to attack sell side again after this ridiculous bounce higher. That's what I was anticipating. Gotta watch this. This is indicative of something that's about to squeeze higher. The only reason why I'm holding on to this trade is because I would prefer ES in order for ES to potentially maybe hunt sell side a little bit more than this after the straight vertical liquidation squeeze and raid. But again, we are tapping into a 1 and a 5 and a 15-minute Sibi cluster. So I'm looking at this and this. But this is looking like it's trying to go off of a freaking launching pad right now. Appreciate the explanation. I'm going to join Discord next week. Yeah. We'll see you, buddy. I'm serious. If you want to join, that'd be great. This is indicative of something that's about to squeeze higher. Mm. trying to target this 5 minute Sibby here, but this is looking like it's trying to squeeze higher. ES is ES is looking like it's not trying to take any prisoners here.
Could this be a little possibility of a little do this swing scenario and then go lower? Because that LR or what appears to be between the 25,989 to about 2682 looks pretty magnetic in my eye, but maybe I'm just seeing something that's not there.
What's magnetic in your eye?
I'm just seeing a little bit of an LR run or whatnot between the tap of this 15 down here at 25,988.75 to about 2682.75. I mean, they
Hmm.
usually just run that later, I'm just trying to use the learning moment, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think this is being extremely deceptive on this trade here. Um, hmm. You talking about this? 25 what? Talking about you talking about this LLR down in here? Mm. I think that that's
Maybe
a.
it's just because I have it screeched up a little bit
Mm,
on my screen, but it just looked like a little bit of an LR possibility.
yeah, I think that's an extreme stretch for right now, based off what they've been doing. Personally, um, when they swept this and when they took out this low and they flashed this VWAP, this market's not looking back. It's looking as though it's getting ready to go back to the all-time high overshoot again.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it looks like they want to go up, sweep the high, and
And they
then
want to go
go
all-time high.
go lower.
They're right back at the all-time high again.
We're so close. Things could be closer.
Absolutely. It needs to reject from the zone. If it doesn't, it's going to go all-time high overshoot from this. It needs to reject from the zone. They need to reject it from. They need to reject it from one of these imbalances and from this 15-minute SIBI. That's why I shorted it in the first place. It needs to reject from the zone. If it does not, this market's going to go all-time high overshoot fast. SPY is reaching for it. SPY is trying. They just created a volume balance up here higher. Close on 90, high at 85, 5 point volume balance here.
Just be careful on their cues above it too. They might be trying to go too.
Hmm.
Small gap at 633.10
Oh, what? Juice?
on the cues.
Yeah. Where? Oh, shit. Yeah, up in the hill, yeah. I see that. Hmm.
I wouldn't even trust this dump either because they just left another one at the
Yeah,
top
nah.
on the cues.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. I don't necessarily trust that dump either. I'm going to cut this for a small loss. I'm going to cut this for a small loss. Why? Because I think they're trying to squeeze this, and then I want to get a better entry on this trade here. I think they want to squeeze this higher. I think this is bullish. I took like a $60 loss on that trade just now. I thought they want to squeeze this and go higher, and I would get a better re-entry on this trade here for for more juice on the bone.
I didn't see that there was a gap on the cues too.
Let me see.
Definitely logged it when we were
Please
in the
advise on when you say dip, are you referring to long or short? Dip means I'm sorry, I didn't see the messages. You can mention me here if I don't respond, but to me, dip specifically means like like if they're going up, then like they'll dip it back, or like pull it back. That's what that means. All right, Colt. We'll catch you later, Colt. See you later, buddy. Hmm. I think that they're teasing this, and I think they want to dump this. I might re-enter in on a short and manage my risk off of this. So help me God. That's what I'm thinking. Oh God, that's what I'm thinking. I'm back in this short, and I'm gonna just try and target this. I'm gonna just try and target 40 ticks to the downside. I'm back in the short, and I double my size on the short over here. Hmm. This positive HVO is very, 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 very fucking confusing. Hmm. Wow, did you just see that? Wow. I had to get out of that trade just now, and our front ran up by like 2 or 3 ticks. Why did I do that? Because they left this volume balance over here, and I don't trust that. Look at that. Close is 68, and the highest is 65. I got out. I did not want to trust that past 2 or 3 ticks. I did not want to do that. Look at that. They filled it. They filled it the exact same second I saw it. Guys, I know some of y'all are probably thinking, hold on, how the hell did he see this when like whenever his chart is on this right over here? I have a QQQ chart to my left that I'm looking at. So there's another screen over here to my left that I'm looking at. And I'm making like guys, I'm making split second decisions. By the time you hear it on TikTok, I'm out of the trade. So they started doing this weird pattern, and I doubled the size on this trade, and I was trying to get 40 ticks on this trade here. They're goofing around in the time. They're goofing around right now. I mean, I'm basically back to where I was earlier on that one trade. I'm up. I'm up only. I'm up. I got some lunch money on my cash account, or just off of 5 micros, which is for me. This is like 1/10, 1/20th size. Again, I was trying to. Again, I'm trying to manage my risk to this Sibi over here. This cluster, this one, this 5, and this 15 out of a base hit. These are the trades that I said I was going to be taking on my cash account. 1, 5, 15 minute, 40, 60 tick hit base hits. Sweeps of liquidity long in it after first presented. But I was talking and I was instructing, so I didn't get the chance to long it after this first presented. So once I saw that we were having trouble in this zone, I changed my so guys, I cut the trade, I took a $50 loss, and then I doubled the size on the trade because I figured we were getting ready to start hunting sell side. I'm just trying to take some base hits out of this one and this 5 and this 15. It's having trouble with this zone right now. However, Spy is looking like it's trying to go all-time high overshoot. And then Spy left this volume balance over here behind as well. Spy left the volume balance over here behind. I didn't think that they were seriously trying to go higher. A 116, they entered into that. They created a volume balance over here on this candle. I re-entered over here at 119. They're just going sideways now. It's best I not trade in the sideways market. Look at Discord. Trump talking. Thanks, Jesse. Bang. Got out of $900 drawdown. Last 3 trades been bangers. I'm making those split decisions. Great job, Alan. Taking these trades whenever we have something to manage our risk off is a lot better. and then making split second decisions and then cutting the risk whenever it's advantageous. I was not doing this on my cash account the last two times I took a loss, as in one like a week and a half ago and then one yesterday. I was not doing this. I was not cutting them and treating it as though it was my funded account. On my funded account, I will fucking cut a trade and take a $50 loss. I don't care about a $50 loss on my cash account. Honestly speaking, I shit. Yeah, I care about a $5,000 loss. I do, but I could take a $5,000 loss like this on my cash account. I can't. So I need to do this. So I needed to make that adjustment. I needed to make split second decisions and start taking base hits with shit that makes sense and managing my risk off of stuff. Like I needed to have stuff I'm looking to manage my risk off of. The long play was here off of this first presented, and you should have longed it whenever we tapped into the zone to then target a higher drawn liquidity. After we just ran this LR in full over here, and we tapped into this 15-minute BISI for fuel. When you saw we tapped into the 15-minute BISI, and we created this first presented after we swept the liquidity, man, that was it. Base hit. I had to cut this because I saw that. When I saw this volume balance, I cut it. It still went straight to the TP, but still though, I did not want to turn a losing trade, a winning trade into a loser for 3 ticks. So I closed it out over here at the bottom. Trump talking, best to be on alert, they could do anything. It appears as though that they want to go all time high overshoot. I'm awake. Timestamp 1:30. There's a ceiling right now on my P&L. There's about a $400 to $500 ceiling, it appears. You also need to exercise discretion and ask yourself this question. If you had a max P&L for that day and then you went down and you seemingly can't break out of that, and then you get right back to where you were before, you need to ask yourself a very important question. Damn, I swear, man, I was just praying that I would get my P&L back. But now I'm back. Should I go again and then risk losing more, or should I just walk away? Damn near with my account at the HOD. I got a little bit of lunch money here. I've completed all of my objectives so far today, all of them. All of my objectives I have completed. I registered a trading day on my Bullinox accounts. I can go into the next day. I am one more day of making $150 on these accounts away from a $5,500 payout with the Bullinox. I'm up 350. Well, honestly speaking, I'm up 450, but I was trading so many contracts, I paid like $200 in commissions. So I'm up. I look at it like that because I'm looking at it right now, and I'm up about $450, $500 on my little cash account. I got like a little bit of lunch, a little bit of lunch money. Should I risk this or not? Those are the questions that I'm asking myself that you need to be asking yourself too. Should I just cut it while the going's been good? While it's been going good. Story of Shahrazad. Which should I do? I know, and it's 1:30. They got 2.5 hours left in this day, and we're flirting with all-time high. We need to. What is that? Close of 53. Low of 56. Oh, that's just a three. That's nothing. There's a volume balance here that they're trying to clearly target that Nico pointed us out to. Close of 51. High, this candle is 45. There's a 6-point volume balance here. If they come here and if they target this, SPY is going to go all-time high overshoot. If they target that volume balance, this market is going to squeeze into oblivion. When it goes all-time high overshoot, I will log out of my computer. You want to know why? Because the price action is going to cease to make sense that day. It's going to be digital, and I will have no idea what they're getting ready to do. So I will close. If they dump from this zone and displace, I will consider trading again. If they go all-time high overshoot, my hands are tied. I'm not going to trade. I don't trade all-time high. It's dangerous. Trump is talking too. That's usually when I lose. My 12 to 14% chances where I lose involves Trump or like a CPI or an FOMC or the combination of all three, rather. As of late, I'm gonna be for real. It's been as of late. I'm not gonna lie. I got a back test. It's about 84. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably like high 80s, no, mid 80s now. I'm not gonna lie to you because I took two losses in like the last week. So, so I'm cooked as far as that's concerned. And this right here counts towards my losses too. When I took a $50 loss, but then I made $200 back on the trade, that counts towards that as well. So I count these as losses too, because because I can't tell a week's time from now when I back test my strategies whether or not that I took this loss intentionally or not to manage my risk and I re-entered on double the size. I can't tell that. So this counts towards my win rate. So this $50 loss where I shorted it here and I closed it here on 5 contracts, but then I re-entered on 10 and I got out over here, all of that still factors in to the win rate. So, but honestly speaking, it's been dropping. So I probably say about 8 to 9% of the time now I'll lose. The other 8 to 9% of the time I'll take a break even. This is considered a loss, even though it's $50 on my cash account. I'll take a loss, and then I'll take break even on the other 8 to 9%. My losing typically involves Trump or something unexplained that ceases to make sense. Like yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was a once in a year standard deviation outlier. PPI, I did the research on it before we started the live stream in the pre-market plan. PPI had not been that cool since like September of 2024. Month over month was expected at like 1% or something, and it came in at like point 0.2 or point 0.1. Like it was insane. Or negative. It was almost negative, I think. That's why the HOD met the EOD, the end of the day, yesterday. That's why. Because the market was not expecting that. So they squeezed it. All ends well and ends well. They were screaming at the top of their lungs. Remember? What happened to those people that said that Trump broke the market? It's back at the all-time high. Huh? What happened with those people? What happened with those people saying that Trump was getting ready to start World War III? Do y'all remember those people? Were you one of those people? Did you really believe that? And were you really focused on things that don't matter? Oh, let me guess. You're going to wait for the next headline, huh? You need to be focused on these charts. That's what you need to be doing. I'm being for real. You sitting here worried about geopolitical war tension news in Iran, and I look at your bank account and you got 14 and one half penny in there. Like half pennies like Abraham Lincoln was dealing with 300 years ago. 14 and a half cents in there. And you worried about geopolitical war tensions and what kind of shit, and whether or not Trump is justified in dropping bombs or giving orders to drop bombs. Well, you better lock in with this market, boy. We praying money. You goofing around, and they trying to come to these zones that I'm talking about. And you need to be trying to, your brain needs to be trying to figure out how the hell did this market's going to these spots that I keep on putting these alerts to. That's what you need to be doing. and how to manage your risk. Worried about geopolitical war tensions in Iran. Shit that's not gonna matter 6 months from now. Ain't nobody was crying when they was slaughtering 30,000 people in the streets. You wanna know why he wasn't crying about it? Because the media wasn't reporting it. God knows what they doing over there in Iran. The people in Iran are rejoicing. Why? Because I looked at their media outlet and I used the translator. I'm not listening to what the American media is telling me. They're rage baiters, scammers. They are. They're rejoicing. You could get beheaded in Iran if you wear the wrong hijab. You get slaughtered in the streets. Your brain can't even fathom that happening in America. You can't possibly fathom as a woman if you wear like just walking down the street as a woman here in your privileged little home in America where water is just free and you can do this and do whatever you want to do. You walking down the street with the wrong hat on and they will slaughter you. You can't even fathom that. You can't fathom working all day and then coming home with like 20 cents. You can't fathom that. Why? Because you don't live that life. That's why. You can't fathom being executed because you have sex with the wrong man. You can't fathom the oppression that those people are feeling. So you need to mind your business. That's what you need to be doing. And you need to be focused on these charts and controlling what you can control. Who cares what Trump is doing? Who cares what he's not doing? Who cares if you like him or if you don't like him? You need to be focused on these charts. It's going to be irrelevant anyway. That's my that's the truth. They're squeezing us up here in a straight line nonstop. They want to go all-time high overshoot. If they go all-time high, I will cease to trade. I guarantee you they're going to go all-time high now. They're here. They're knocking on the door. SPY all-time high is 69782. I mean 84. The market is at 69782. Why would they dump this? All-time high overshoot eclipse. All shorts are off of the table. They're going to squeeze it. All-time high rules are in effect now, Discord. Shorts are off of the table. If you were shorting this, you were wrong. You need to close out this trade. Praying that they're going to go back is of no use. They're going to squeeze now. SPX just flashed 7,000. SPX is at all-time high overshoot. Every single person that thought that they were getting ready to short is now every single short in the history of shorts that has ever existed on SPX and SPY and the indices outside of the people that shorted QQQ at the top. If they were lucky, then which they're not holding on to that. Every single last one of them is underwater now. You need to at least give this 5 to 10 more minutes in order for this market to cool out. In order for them to displace from the zone and dump this market 0.5% potentially, which I'm unsure that they're going to do. Secondly speaking, all-time highs come in clusters. This is not going to be the all-time high for forever. They're going to come in clusters. The dip is going to be bought. Don't don't call their bluff. On a serious red candle, you need to get out if you were shorting this. This is dangerous. They just took out that 7,000 just now on that damn SPX. And that all-time high overshoot. This is bullish. Man, they about to shoot this. This is this is getting crazy. Yes. This pullback just now was a gift to me in order to get the hell out and to admit that I was wrong. If I was shorting. I'm about to squeeze this boy. This is ridiculous. Watch out for a look above and fail potentially. You need to watch out for a look above and fail. Guys, they just got everybody to close out of their positions up at the top. They could very well dump this. I know that what I'm saying is contradicting. So guess what that means? I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm gonna sit here. Screw what I'm talking about. You need to be looking at what the fuck I'm doing. If I'm not if I'm not taking a position, then that means that I clearly don't trust them. So I don't know what they're getting ready to do. But I'm trying to tell you, shortening is the wrong move to make, though. That I do know that. You need them to dump this from this zone about another 0.5% and then start targeting these lows and then start building something in the zone in order for you to think that they're not going to squeeze it. These little pullbacks, I don't believe them. QQQ going to have to damn near take out damn 631 again for me to even remotely believe them. This is bullish. I don't believe them. They could give God body out of the zone. I don't trust them. It's hitting the wires now. My news wire is talking about it. I can hear him talking on my TV. He's tapped to a Bloomberg terminal. I'm listening to him talk. And he said the market just hit an all-time high. It's hitting the wires. Give it a second. I want to know what people are thinking. Is Trump still talking? Uh, no. They use Trump to set it to all-time high. Icing on the cake for everybody, for all of the doomsdayers. Guys, listen. I want to know what people are thinking. TikTok, I want to know what you're thinking. Discord, even, I want to know what you're thinking. If you think that we go all-time high over here, again, put a 1 in the chat. Send a 1, because I want to know, because I want to understand the psychology. This helps me in my decision making, and I'll compare it with the Discord. If you think that if you think this is a look above and fail, and we're going to then dump and then maybe target this VWAP and then flash the QQQ into the 630 down over here into the zone, put a 2 inside the chat for dump. Put it or say dump. 2 or dump. What do you think? Do you think that I was just a look above and fail, and they just wanted to tag the all-time high so that they can dump this after they squeeze everybody out of up at the top? Or do you think that they're going to attack it all-time high and just start indefinitely squeezing this for the rest of this day? 1 for squeeze, 2 for dump. Well, squeeze is both directions because they can squeeze it down or up. 1 for pump, 2 for dump. What do you think? And I'm gonna let you know what I think. Jesse says 1 for pump. Attack the top. He says attack the top. I'm done for today. Good work today. I'm up $2,100 today, Rax says. Good job, Rax. Walk away. And no gaps. They might actually shoot this, bro. I was down $100. Now I'm back up to $1,400 for the day on this damn eval. I'm going to try to pass it by tomorrow. Good job, Jesse. Way to bounce back, sir. They do that in the hood. Call me. They do that in the hood. Call me. Heavy. What you talking about? You talking about? That was funny. Everybody in Discord say 1. TikTok, what y'all think? Are y'all sleeping at the helm? Man, if I knew, I'd be a millionaire. So I said, TikTok, are y'all sleeping at the helm? Hello? 1 for pump, 2 for dump. Attack all-time high, get on the spire. No. Are you sleeping? Deal with it. Are you sleeping? Rise and Shine might be working, so I'll let her slide. I'll let her slide. I like Rise and Shine. She's good girl. Leak 55. Silly, are you sleeping? Danny, are you at work? If you're driving a semi-truck, an 18-wheeler, don't text and drive and send 2 in the chat, and then when you get to the prison yard, you link me and you pull up a screen, you pull up my mugshot and say, well, I was responding to NQ Insider. Do you have a mentor? And you tell them that at your probationary hearing. Don't tell them that. And have them on my ass. So if you driving or you working, bro, just handle your business, bro. Seriously. Or you get fired and you lose your family because you sitting here texting while you at work. And then you double down on it like Trump. Whenever people ask him questions and your boss says, "Why? Hey man, that's your last strike texting." I'm sick of those phrases that you keep saying. Ask me if I have a mentor. Asking me and then randomly stopping and going, "Do you?" Stop doing that. I'm sick of it. I finally caught you texting. You're fired. Then when he fires you, you double down and you go, "Well, I didn't need this anyway." This dude I listen to on TikTok, his name's Name Q Insider. Two, Brooklyn Boss says. Silly says one. Two on RWM. If I knew I'd be a millionaire. I'm gonna tell you what I think. At least I know you got something on my bond. If you're inside Discord, maybe. If I crash, maybe, silly. You in here though. I think you in here. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta see. Yes, I am. Okay, yeah, I got you. I got you on your bond. You're part of the family. I got love for you, brother. Then, but even if you're not, that's okay. Why? Because it's $40 a month. We could be best of friends from TikTok. You don't gotta be here. But if I'm charging you $2,500 a month, don't say hi to me. I might actually report you, like LeBron did whenever that one fan was going crazy. And LeBron was pointing to the lady. I guess I will call the police on you. Yep, I'm gonna call them. Hey, you snitching? That's against the code. Damn, but no street code, boy. I will tell on you so fast. Shit, I'm a teller. I'm a tattletale like SpongeBob, tattletale strangler. I will tattletale on you so fast, boy, your head will spin. You crazy as shit. Hell no. I'm gonna risk my freedom. Shit. You unsubscribe for $2,500 a month, boy, you getting snitched on. Sick them people on your ass. You think it's gonna break all time highs? They already did that. They went all time high overshoot. They completed everything I thought they was gonna do last week. Bro, look, they did it. Look. Bro, too funny, silly says. Squeeze. They got everybody in the chokehold. Man, they get ready to squeeze this, boy. They gonna go squeeze them. Look at that. They did everything I thought they was gonna do. You think it's okay, I already read that. See? Look at this. Look. They pulled it back on Monday and then they squeezed it. They pulled it back within 60 seconds. The first 60 seconds was the LOD on Monday. I mean Sunday morning. They pulled it back. And they pulled it back for 10 minutes on the open on Monday and they squeezed it right after. I said, look at the weekly candles and chart and it's screaming it wants to go to all-time high. I said this on the 10th. This is not edited. Why? Because look at the screenshot that I sent. This is when SPX was at 68.16. SPX is at 7,000. They just eclipsed this high just now, you know. Are you paying attention to what these people are doing? There's no way that you look at this and you go, man, you know what, man, let me buy a put. If you do, you need to be inside here, you need a mentor. There's no way you buy a put with that. There's zero scenario you buy a put. Zero scenario. I said they've reactivated the poor man's all-time high magnet again. And then they took it there. You can see it, you can read it yourself from inside the Discord. It's best too? You know the rest. And they're up here at the all-time high, man. Trump is talking. They got 2 hours left in this day. I think they're getting ready to squeeze this past this zone and go spy down 700. SPX is at 7,000. Wow. What is that? I don't trust any of my models right now. Why? Because it's all time high. They can keep squeezing. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of the time hacks right now. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. I'm not going to do that. I am only going to trade the liquidity that I see. I'm not going to be hoping and guessing. Why? Because I will lose. Be on alert, damn it. Mel says, absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Got you, Mel. I'll be paying attention to that trade plan, man. For real, for real. I'm telling you, you got to, bro. Why? Because it's unbiased. There's nothing biased about looking at that weekly chart and going, man, you know what? They're going to go higher. There's nothing biased about when I send this insider. If you read this trade plan like this, even from the one from today, if you read this trade plan like, guys, from today, where is it today? Look, market squeeze higher and the HOD met the EOD again. It will precipitate higher through New York session, barring a random act from the heavens. Don't count on it. The market is bullish off the hook, and there's no doubt in my mind they want all-time high. I said this out last night at 9 o'clock. I keep warning you. Are you listening to you listen to what this damn thing is saying, man? Or are you not inside here because you want to save $40 a month, even though you get 4 free mentorships on the weekends that last 2 or 3 hours? Well, let me guess. Like Colt said, somebody programmed you or brainwashed you to make you think that millionaires should get you rich so you can run off on the plug for free. That's what they told you, huh? Perfect. They're going to keep you poor. Perfect. Hey, I got 100,000 in my account. I ain't poor. Yes, you are poor. They will do this within the next few weeks, I'm assuming at least. This is the only thing that I was confused about. I didn't think they was going to do it today. I thought it was going to go a little bit higher and then dump. I didn't think it was going to go all-time high today. Well, QQQ isn't at the all-time high, so maybe I guess I can still claim that. It will cool off, but I have zero idea when that will be. We have to trade what's in front of us, I says. Today's data release was a once-in-a-year standard deviation outlier, so they priced it in during real time. We can't complain. We just have to adjust. ES can sneeze tomorrow and go all-time high overshoot. Mm. Marrying longs up here is dangerous. I don't care that they're squeezing it. As in you got boofed on if you was long in that top earlier. You got boofed on. And then they still went all-time high. That's what I mean. As in like you bought it up here because as in like you bought it up here and you was adding to this position because you thought it was going to go all-time high the first time. Then they boosted on you and then dumped it and they still went all-time high. I'm sorry, here. You was buying it here in this zone and they boosted on you, flashed it, and then they went all-time high. You think it's going to break all-time highs? What are you talking about? We're already up at the all-time high. Close the re-up? Closet? Be on alert. I think they want to squeeze this go higher. That's what I think. It's all-time high. Why would they go lower? Man, this is bullish. That dip was a God's gift to get the fuck out. Good job. White House says President Xi assured Trump that China is not supplying weapons to Iran. Now look at that. China and the U.S. working together now. All's well and ends well. All's well and ends well. Then the town ends well. That's why I don't concern myself with that weird stuff. They're gonna do whatever they want to do. I can't control them. Most of you can't even stop yourself from eating cookies at night, let alone trying to convince a billionaire to stop dropping bombs. Why are you trying to convince me? Why are you trying to convince me of that? For what? Hey, Orange Man bad. Don't you think so, man? I don't give a damn about that. If you knew how hard it was to change yourself, all right, Chris. Thanks, Chris. All right, Chris, brother, we'll catch you at work tomorrow, man. I tear cookies and pie at night. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you knew how hard it was to change your personal habits, why would you try and convince anybody of anything differently? Like, you know what you're supposed to be doing right and wrong, and you can't even convince yourself. Most people, I can't even convince myself on some things. I'm hard headed a lot of times, and I consider myself very fluid because I'll change my mind on a dime if it makes sense, and I'm willing to listen. But most people are hard headed. So if you can't change your habits, what makes you think you're going to change another human or hundreds, if not thousands, of other humans? Do you understand the power and the pull you would have to do that? You would have to do that correctly. Do you understand that? If you knew and if you understand, if you process what I just said, you would not try to convince people of any of this weird stuff that's going on in this world. Like you would only focus on the things that you can control, and like you would only focus on people that's the closest to you. Anything else is just irrelevant. So whenever people are trying to convince you, you be like, man, it's not that serious. Or or like whenever someone disagrees with you, you would just respect their decision. You go, okay, I see what you're saying, and I respect it, and I'll leave it alone. It would not enrage you. You would not be in the sign protesting with picket signs, talking about Epstein files, stuff that's irrelevant as of right now, or trying to convince people that Diddy's a bad person. You would not care. Hey, that's not fair. You don't think it's weird that he had 2,000 bottles of baby oil? That said, I was getting ready to subscribe to the community and change my life. I'm going to keep my $11, Buster. I know. Yeah, that's real. You got to understand a lot of people can't fathom some of reality, so it's pointless. Exactly. They can't even, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Honestly speaking, a lot of things that I'm saying is going over a lot of people's heads anyway. So, like, they're not even concerned with that. Why? Because most people are stuck in survival mode, which is okay. In order to succeed as a trader, you need to be out of survival mode. But it starts with your mentality. So someone can teach you all of the technical analysis that you want to, but your mentality has to change within itself. They're just being honest with you. So a lot of the things I do, sure, is technical analysis based, and like you'll understand technical analysis, and then we can walk through those things in the mentorships. But your mentality needs to change. Like everything about you needs to change. The mentality. You need to have a millionaire mentality before you're a millionaire. You need to understand a millionaire business model before you actually run a multi-million dollar business, as in trading. You need to stop and you to ask yourself this: trading is a business, yes or no? I'll answer it for you because we got time. Because we need to save some time. Yes, it is. You put money in, you get money out, right? And Victor says yes, correct. What would you say to someone if they walked up to you and said, "Hey, I want to run $1 million business and I don't want to know the business model. Like, I want to open up $1 million business and like I just show up and I don't want to know much about it. And the customers just come in and then I make the millions." Like, if they just explain it to you like that on just on face value, what would you say to them? You would say buy, right? That's what people try to do with this market. I'm being dead serious. Like that's what 90% of people try and do from this market. Or what if someone said, I want to run a, or even worse, they say, I want to run a multi-million dollar business and I've never done that before, but I don't want to take instruction from other people who are millionaires and who are transparent about it. Like I don't want to copy no other business model that's proven profitable, and I want to cheap it out and I want to cheap out the process, but I want the millions. What would you say to them? I'm not talking about trading. I am, but I'm not. Wink, wink. What would you say to them? You'd be like, bro, if you don't go to school and if you don't study, if you don't like, bro, like if you don't get behind a millionaire person that's in that field and then understand what that person is doing, and then maybe you can branch off. Like that's what you would tell them, right? You can make it your own. You can figure out your own business model after that. But you need to but you need to learn the ropes. Like you need to have a mentor, right? Like, hey, go seek out a multimillionaire and go find him. But see, the problem with that is actually seeking out multimillionaires or people that are actually doing it successfully and that are transparent about it. See, that's the problem. That's the huge problem. Why? Because they're going to either charge you tens of thousands of dollars for it, or they're not going to want to talk to you. Because why would a multimillionaire want to talk to somebody that's not in that position? Of what benefit and of what use is it to them? That's what you would tell them, right? But people try to do that here. Like they go on stock twits and then they try and copy other people that are unsuccessful. There's a reason why you're failing the exam. It's because you're copying answers from people that who are failing the same answers and you're expecting a different result. That's the height of insanity.
Hey, Easy.
They're goofing around here. What is up?
When it comes, I know I asked about the eval test earlier, but like,
They want to dump this.
would you wouldn't recommend just like full force? Like, I'm saying like my own strategy. Like, if I'm confident in my own strategy, now I'm gonna trade the eval. Is it alright that I full for it?
I I think that whatever strategy is the easiest and most conducive for you in regards to your pockets that are concerned, like concerning your pockets, in order for you to pass it, that's what I think you should do. But I only recommend rushing the process to then get funded. In one, if you're already so far in the green to the point to where like if you blow it numerous times doing that, then it's not going to make a dent in the amount of profits that you previously withdrawn. Two, I only recommend doing that if you are so confident in your model that you could just stack payouts together nonstop. So like you need to be so it's like you need to go, well, if I rush the process, the funded process, then I know I can just take base hits or like I know I can get to a payout within like a week and a half, 2 weeks. Like literally to like a 65-70% assurity. If that is within question, then you should not do that. Then you should build your trading skills and you should stack consistency in the eval process. Does that mean that I'm gonna tell you to take $150 days on the eval for like a week and a half, like how like 150 $200 days, like how you should maybe on your funded account? No, but that means that you need to exercise your strategy, maybe trade with slightly larger size, so that you can get to the profit target faster. But you still need to exercise your edge. I'm gonna block that dude. So yeah, that's what I recommend. You trade at night too. I do not trade at night. I cannot. I have to get sleep. They trade at night from within here. Some it's been off a little bit, like as far as because one of the students or one of the teachers that runs the night session, you know, he's been dealing with some family things, but they are still in here trading inside Discord at night, and like you can share your screen, and you can bounce ideas off them. They are in the chat inside Discord, but I am not. I personally am not streaming at night. They're heating this up and they're squeezing this now. Remember what I said about giving it 5 to 10 minutes for it to hit the wire. It's hitting the wire now that the market's at the all-time high, so it's going to keep squeezing. You need this right here is exactly why my my point exactly, and that's why I said no trade at the all-time high. Why? Because every dip is going to be randomly bought. It's just going to squeeze. You need to listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You need a mentor. So like they'll dump it and then they'll randomly squeeze it up like that, a liquidation squeeze for no reason. It's all-time high. It's called two words: price discovery. How can you trade something that's trying to discover itself? You have no idea what it's going to do, how high it's going to go, or how low. How do you know? It's price discovery. There's nothing to go off of. Look at them squeeze it and then give it up. All time high was just made. It'll probably come in clusters. I blocked him, Padre. He's a scammer. Bulls in control. Absolutely. It's best we be on alert. market up another 1% again today. Can you believe it? Man, this shit going. You think it's going higher? I have no idea what they're getting ready to do. This is price discovery, man. I'm being on like I'm not trying to be rude. I'm being dead. Like I really wish I had the answer for you. Anybody telling you differently, they have no idea what they're talking about. I'd rather somebody go, man. You know what? I gotta wait and I gotta see, than for somebody to just be making bold, incorrect statements. We gotta take the microphone from those people. Those people shouldn't have a voice. We should block them. Why? Because people cost me so much money in the beginning of my journey. People didn't know what they was talking about. Everybody trying to be right. I care about making money. I don't give a damn about being right. I'll cut a $50 trade to make $200 or $300 the next minute, even in the same direction as I did today. I wish I had more to offer, but we just did all the time I overshoot. I have no idea what they're getting ready to do. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna wait. Oh my God, why you calling me out like that, grandson? Huh? Peace out, y'all. Banger day for y'all. Banger day for you. Peace out, y'all. Banger day for. See y'all in the AM. All right, silly. Catch you later, brother. Banger day for me. See y'all in the AM. Good job, silly. Call it a day, sir. Done for the day. Have a good rest of your day, ladies and gents. All right, you too, Jesse. A little bit better today. Try to bounce back, sir. Timestamp 205. They could do anything in this reality. It's best we be on alert.
How do you feel about Kendall Ranch theory?
You said how I feel about what?
Kendall Ranch theory. Have you heard about that statue?
Yeah, I have.
How do you feel about it?
Candle range theory, as in like,
As if like you go on like an hour or 4 hour time frame, you arc out the high, you wait for when it gets swept,
yeah,
and depending on the reaction, it gets swept like let's say it's swept like a 1 hour high, and then the reaction, as soon as it reacts, like it comes immediately back down. Now it's going for the lows. Like that's basically the strategy essentially.
yeah. I don't necessarily trust that. I don't necessarily trust that because to me, what's more precise is just targeting liquidity. Because the candle range theory to me doesn't answer the question of where they're trying to go. Like, like like where are they trying to go? Like the candle range theory is like, okay, they just did this, so I'm assuming that they're going to do this, or you know, they should return back to range. They don't got to return back to no range. They don't got to do nothing. So if my trading strategy is not aligned with that, then I don't want it. So I got to. So I got to sit back, and then they're gonna have to prove it to me. So whenever they sweep an external, then I'm looking for a first position or to target something lower. I'm not just gonna. I'm not just gonna. Short it and go. Well, they got to return back to the range from the zone. Hell no, they don't got to do that. Look at this daily candle range here. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Every single person talking about candle range. We swept this high. We got to go lower. We took out this high. Now we got to return back to the mean. We gapped up. We took out this high. Now we got to go. Man, they keep gapping us up nonstop. They don't got to do nothing. I want to trade what I'm seeing. That's what I want to do. 4 hour candle range. Look at these 4 hour candles. May God help us. Look at that. Man, the highs and the lows, candle range over here, the high and the low of this candle, we popped this after being extended. We supposed to come back lower. Man, they don't give a damn.
Now I think for that one, because you're bullish, if it swept that low of that candle, you're looking for it to go higher instead of staying
Oh,
high.
oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also it
Yeah,
aligns
I
with
ain't
like
never
the
back
technical
tested it.
analysis.
I ain't never back tested it. So
Yeah,
excuse my
you
ignorance.
gotta.
Hell yeah. And like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't
And
know.
I
It
mean,
could
it ain't
answer that
just
question.
like the sweep. Yeah, it ain't just like the sweep or the hive and stuff. Like they use like, or depending on whichever model they like to use, and then they use like an order block.
Okay,
You
good.
know how, yeah, they use like an order block to get in, or they'll like use a fair value gap, higher time frame, PV array, and you can use that to bounce. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Okay, yeah. If that's the case, then yeah. Just as long, just as long as they're pairing it with something, they got multiple loads of confirmation. I don't see any. Honestly speaking, I'm being for real. I don't give a damn if you trade trend lines. Like for real. I'm being dead serious. Like for real. Like
I know you call your trend line.
yeah, for real. Like if you trade trend lines and you like and you look at this and you like, well, they ain't really tapped this, but they came close to tap. It's like they ain't really tapped it one time, so they tap right here. Maybe I'm along this. Or man, you know what? I'm looking at this trend line where I would long this at. I'm a short it. Like I don't care what you're doing. Or you go, well, we snapped this. Maybe they ain't hurt enough people yet. I'm assured it. I don't give a damn what you're doing, just as long as you got something to manage your risk off of. Because nobody can tell you how to trade other than yourself. But however, what I can do is I can tell you what not to do. So if your strategy aligns with long in these trend lines over here like this, then I'm gonna tell you not to do that. Why? Because it's gonna attack you. So the only thing that I can do is just try to explain to you what not to do, which is far more important than knowing what to do. Jones had some questions about something. I remember. So if you buy the dip and it keeps falling, why is that a bad thing? Jones asked a couple hours ago. Are you saying the dip goes up? Hmm. Yeah, so if you buy the dip and it keeps falling, why is that a bad thing? What do you mean? What do you mean, Jones? If I buy this dip right over here and this thing keeps falling through this floor over here, I'm gonna blow my account. I meant to answer that question earlier. That's why I'm revisiting it. The floor keep falling. Why? Because if I buy the dip, I want it to go higher. Yeah. I'm gonna get cooked, Jones. She said, "Well, I thought a bad thing." I think I might be misunderstanding her. They're trying to squeeze. Man, they're gonna take the spot at 700. I'm trying to tell you that's what's next up here into the zone. This car resistance level at 700 is what's next. It's all time high. They're gonna keep squeezing. Every dip gonna be bought. You need to not short all time high. You've been warned. Bullish. You can literally almost buy every single knife pullback at all time high and it'll just go higher. Like if you're one of those people that likes to go, man, I don't really like to care about my risk management, or I don't really care too much. Every single one of the like every single one of these, just buy over here at the bottom, and then like they'll do something like this, but then you got to take a base hit out of it up here at the top, and then you'll be green. Every single one of those, I'm trying to tell you, until proven otherwise. But see, the problem with that is you're not managing your risk, so it'll work until it doesn't. As in, like when the carousel stops spinning, then like some shit like this will happen to you. It's like, but it won't. But it won't stop. They're attacking the all-time high again. They're trying. They're reattacking. Discord was correct. They're not trying to go lower, like how I figured. They're trying to go higher. They want to go higher, not lower. It's all-time high. It's price discovery. The market is trying to discover a price. And the only way that the price will be discovered is if it just randomly stops and it just dumps and it displaces. Bro, so getting longs now? Do you like buying a car when it's the most expensive it's ever been? Do you like spending $15,000 for a $10,000 car and then hoping that you'll find a fool to buy it from you for 20,000? Nah. Okay, good. Perfect. So if that's the case, then no. Maybe wait for a pullback. Maybe wait for it to go on sale a little bit. Then you buy it. Then you try and find a fool. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna fork over $15,000 for a $10,000 car, hoping that I find some for a $10,000 car, hoping that I find a fool that goes, "Hey man, I'll give you $20,000 for that car." Why? I don't know because I like the color in that car and it reminds me of my grandmother. She used to drive a car like that back in the day, so it's very sentimental to me. I'll give you $20,000 for it. I promise you, there's somebody in America that I promise you, there's somebody in America that'll do that. But I'm not gonna bank on me being that person. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna no. Yeah, you're worse, Brett. Yeah, yeah, Brett. Buy it for 10,000 and sell it for 10,001. Exactly. That's even worse. Yeah, yeah. Look at that. They about to squeeze the passes on. Yeah. Well, no, they already took it that high. So yeah, that's even worse. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you sat there and you went through all of the headache, and you went through the headaches of, you bought it. You bought it for 15,000. And then like every single person you try to sell it to, like they basically spit on you, and they made you feel like crap. And they're like, bro, but that's a $3,000 car. What was you doing? Make you feel like crap, all of those different things. And you like, man, I give up. And then just randomly, you come across a random dude that goes, hey, I love that car. My grandmother used to have that car. I'll buy it from you for 20,000. I mean, for 15,000. I mean, for 20,000. I'll give you 5,000 extra. Man, that stress and that turmoil, or I'm sorry, you know what? I buy it from you for $15,200, and you make off like a fat bandit because you got $200. That's poor risk to reward. The stress and the turmoil and the mental fatigue that you went through, thinking that you just lost $10,000 on face value, and you were scouring the country to try and find one buyer, is not worth it. You need to be able to use common sense and extrapolate it in your brain on what I'm referencing. As in, like, you buy it up here at the top, and then you go through an insane dump, and you get scared, or you getting close to blow your account, and and you're literally half a tick away from liquidation, and then they finally squeeze it up in your favor, and you go, wait, wait, quick, I'm gonna get out, and you make $25. Like, that's not worth it. So I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna wait. But there's people that do that. But Apex got rid of those people. Why? Because there would be people that would. But why? Because I saw Daryl Martin in a video, not in real life, but in a video. I would give him a piece of my mind if I saw him in real life, even though I've taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from them. I would still give that guy a piece of my mind. In any event, he said, "Hey, there's people that buy here like this, and like they'll go in on like 2 or 3 micros." And he was like, with no strategy in mind, and like the market will go against them like this, and like they'll hold all day, and then right when it eclipses, then they'll sell for $50 profit here at the high here. And he was like, that requires the same discipline. But he was like, we caught on to what they were doing, and our risk management team caught on. And he was like, those people can no longer trade with us. Because he was like, that's not trading for real. He was like, you're just playing market trends and you're taking base hits. And he was like, they were rinsing us for they were rinsing us for tens of millions of dollars because there was discourse filled with them. And there was one guy who was doing it, and like they would listen to the instructor, and they would just blindly take the trade and hold it blindly until oblivion. And he was like, "Yeah, no, we got rid of that, but you can do that now with them now. That is, you can do it now with them." So they went away with the rules though, because it was called a 5-to-1 risk to reward. So like you can't risk $250 to make $50. But some people were using the entire account, as in they would go down 1,900, $1,900 right before it blows at 2,000, and then they would close the trade and make 40, $50. And I quote what Daryl Martin said that stuck with me. I quote the CEO of Apex. I quote what he said, and he was like, "What you want to know what's crazy?" He was like, "Most of them don't have a discipline to do that." You want to know why? Because he was like, "Because guess what?" He was like, "If they did that, they would almost get an assured payout after like a week and he was like, after like a month and a half, 2 months, they would get an assured payout." And he was like, and then like after like stacking some days, he was like, if they did it off 20 accounts, he was like every month they'll be making like every month they will make minimum 40,000 a month. That's what he said. But he was like, most of them can't even do that. He was like, most of them they get greedy, and then he was like, and then they oversize, and they don't have the patience to wait all day. But he was like, but for the ones that do, that were running the Discord communities, we're on to you. We're watching you. We're watching you. That's what he said. I promise. He was like, we have people inside the Discords, and we're watching you, you live streamers. So don't be giving out no hints. That strategy is done now. Try again. He said that. I was like 2.5 years ago with the Apex 2.0. He said, we're on to you. They can see how long you hold the trade and what the maximum adverse excursion is. They can see it all. It's best to be on alert. Yeah, when I heard dip, I think drop, correct, Jones. Dip typically means drop, yes. We're up here at the all-time high.
Does the Apex have like a daily loss limit? I'm pretty sure they do.
The end of day drawdown account has a daily loss limit like 1250.
Oh, 1250. So if you lose 1250, you lost the account on a Eva?
No, you close out.
It's the next trading day. Yeah, you
For
gotta wait till the next trading day.
make sure that. Yeah. I'm unsure. I'm unsure.
Liquidate? Does it say liquidate though?
I don't.
Liquidate.
I don't think that the eval has a daily loss limit. I don't think the eval does. I don't think. I don't think the eval does. I'm unsure. I got to read the rules. I'm not with Apex right now. I got to read the rules. I don't think so. I don't think
They
so.
switched their payout. They switched their payout to 100%. It's 100% yours now.
Yeah.
Like the split, they switched it to 100%.
Remember what I said? What size account? 50K account. 50K account needs to be an account that you need to be trading with. Unless you got one of those strategies where you can make Twitter. You want to know why? Because if you got a 300K account, you literally have to make $25,000 in like $25,000 in profit to get a payout. I'm being dead serious. And if you can make $25,000 trading, bro, why the hell are you on the prop firm? Well, I know why for risk management, but still though, that most people don't understand that. I have 350K funders. Good job.
Just ready to say he might just like leveraging the prop firms.
Yeah, bro.
Make his money on the cash account.
Listen, I'm not making $20,000 on a 300K account and then starting over from zero and then having to make another $10,000 for a buffer just to get to the buffer. And then I got to make another $3,000 or $4,000 just to get to a prop. Boy, do you understand that you got to make $35,000 per account?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Are you crazy? Before you even sniff one payout, do you know what that does to your mental psyche?
Yeah, nah, that's wild.
Because the passive is 20,000, and then at minimum that buffer is like 9,000. So that's 29,000 there, and then you got to at least make like $3,500, $4,000. That's to round it up. That's 35,000. Are you crazy? $35,000 just to get $35,000 just to sniff 3,500? Are you crazy? $3,000? Are you crazy? Man, that's OD. Man, I'm gonna trade these 50K accounts. I'm gonna make my little $2,600. I'm gonna get to my buffer and I'm gonna take my little base little $300 or $400 hits every day. And like once I get to the payout, I'm gonna make my little $150, $200 a day for like 6 or 7 days, and I'm gonna take the max payout. And I'm gonna just bleed the accounts out dry nonstop. And then like at the end of the payout cycle from taking base hits stress free, then I'll just withdraw the whole 20, 30, 40, $50,000 nonstop. And I'm gonna just keep on rinsing and repeating indefinitely. And then one of these days I'm gonna have a really bad day. Then I'll blow up the accounts. But then when I lose and I have a really bad day, then guess what? I only lost like $400, $500, $600 worth of accounts. And then like I'll reset the whole process all over again. And I'll do eval instant pass, and then I'll pass the accounts instantly, and then I'll restart back over. That's what I be doing. And then like I just be swing trading large positions in my Charles Schwab portfolio. That's it. I was getting ready to buy them puts on SPY, but I changed my mind. Why all time high? Literally. But most people don't understand the psychology behind it. By the time they moving you to live, man, most people don't even get to 2 or 3 payouts, let alone get moved to a live. Most people can't even pass the eval. Most people can't even stack 3 or 4 days together.
Most people don't even get to the first payout or say you said two or three, not even the first one.
The first one. 90% of people can't even get to a first payout. You want to know why? Because they know for a fact because why? Because they know for a fact that guys, it is almost impossible for you to seriously make guys. They're doing this on purpose. Guys, I spoke to the dude that runs a top 4 prop firm in this industry, and he said that I'm not making these words up. I'm telling you what he told me, and I've told the story before. I told this when I first started streaming. I'm being honest. He was like, I know for a fact that 98% of people cannot make 250% before they get before I have to pay them out. They're lying to you. They're saying 50K account, but it is a $2,000 account, and you have to make 3,000. So you have to make 150%. Because if you lose $2,000, you blow the account. Wanna know why? Because I know for a fact, guys, you might get lucky, but guys, I know for a fact that if you got guys that if you get close to that $2,500 mark, you're gonna blow that account. There's no way in hell that you're gonna stop at $2,200 on a loss, and then go from $300 and then 10x your money and pass the account. The account's blown. So essentially speaking, it's a $2,000 account, cash account, but you got to make $3,000. Just round it up. You have to make 150% on the eval process. Then you start over from zero again. Then you got to make $2,600, which is 125% again for the buffer. But let's just round it up again to basically because you might not stop at 2,600, so you might go to 3,000. So like let's just round it up again for round hole number's sake. 150 plus 150, that's 300%. And you made 300% and you only eligible for a $500 payout. To make you got to make 300% to get $500. They know this. You do know that, right? So they're aware of this. If you could, guys, if someone walked up to you right now and said, "Hey, I got the next best thing for you, man. If you hand me whatever amount of money you hand me right now, I will be able to give you 300% returns on it with the stock market, with trading." You would look at them like they were on crack. You'd be like, "Dude, there's no fucking way. That's a scam. No way." Hmm. That's what you're doing. Most shit. If a lot of people inside there, a lot of people inside there are successful doing that. But I'm just being honest with you. Like that's what you're up against. So that's what's going on. And they also know that even if they pay you out one time, they know that if they pay you out one time, that you're gonna blow it again, and like it's gonna take you 4 or 5 times to get back to it. Guys, they don't give a damn if they give you out $1,000 if they know that they can get $2,000 back from you before you quit and you give up. But most people don't even do that. Most people, they see how rich you can get by doing it, and then like they go, well, I don't need an instructor. I can figure it out myself. And then they blow up along the way and they fizzle out. But by the time you fizzle out, what happens is you've already given them three, four, five, six, seven, $8,000. I'm being dead serious. Some of y'all tens of thousands. Wonder why? Because I seen the message from what Daryl Martin was saying on that video. It was like an hour and a half long video, and I watched it. And he showed the screenshots of somebody's account, and they were on eval like 1,800, and they were on funded account like 1,100. And that was back then when Apex had the $150, $200 activation fee. Oh, I'm sorry, it was like 180, 185 for the activation fee. Not no $90 activation fee they got now. So you do the math. You do the math. I swear to God, I've seen it. He paid 1,100. He had 1,100 funded accounts. He gave Apex times, let's just say on average 150 to be conservative. He gave them $165,000 plus eval 1,800. And back then, with Apex, the evals was not cheap either. 3 years ago, yeah, man, it wasn't cheap as it was now. Because why? Because Apex had no competition. So plus 1,800 times, let's just say he was paying $50 for him back then. Like, let's just say he got a good sale for $50. Conservative. He gave Apex $255,000 of his money. Are you crazy? He was their best customer. And you know what's crazy? He cut them off. He cut the dude off. You know why? Because he was like, man, this dude is churning accounts. He cut him off too. He was like, this guy's abusing the system. He's churning accounts. He's letting other people know what he's doing. No more. He was like, guys, we don't want people like this over here. This guy over here is not good. Look at his accounts. He's on PA 1100, eval 1800, just blowing accounts, churning them, blow and go, full porting. And we let it slide, and he got a few payouts doing this. He was like, no more. Because he was full porting the accounts, and he would hedge them. So like on one set of accounts, he would go long, and the other set of accounts, he would go short. And he was still losing. They're going to go 635 on the Qs, man. That's gambling. Yeah, I know. Everybody, you want to why? Because everybody's looking for a get rich quick scheme. It scares people whenever I say no. Like, it was like, hey, how do I join that Discord? I go, links is in my bio, but you got to read first. There's a knowledge center page there. Yeah, you can join Discord the same day, but show up to the mentorships. It's not going to, I promise you, it's not going to be a one-hitter quitter. Like, you're going to have to learn. You, guys, the entire process of being inside here is you are learning how to run $1 million business. If I walked up to you and if I said, hey, you can learn how to run $1 million business, but you got to learn for a few months first, what would you say? You would go, sign me up. Sign me up. Where I go? But before you do that, though, you're probably going to go, who's teaching? Will I be able to talk to that person? Is that person successful at doing that? Are other people successful at doing that? And obviously we've shown that. Because there's countless dozens of people doing it inside here. And I can pull up the screenshots of people here making $30,000, $40,000 a day and doing the same strategies. And you heard the people screaming at the top of their lungs, hey man, today was a great day. Hey, thank you so much. You know, you can click my profile. If you go to my Instagram, if you go to @NQ Insiders or go to my Instagram profile, like you can see literally the hundreds of people, the hundreds of success stories. And you can look at the reviews. And those things. And obviously I'm not making no money because I'm only charging you $40 per month. So like, it's not like I'm charging you $4,000 per month and like I'm making $500,000 a year because I'm teaching. So like, I would ask myself those questions. Is the dude that's doing it? Is he successful doing it? Is he a millionaire? Is he willing to trade live? Or can I ask some questions? Some people taxing $5K one-time fee. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why, like, but see, the problem with that is that you have to be is that the reason why guys, if I wanted to get really rich doing that, I would just show the life that like I live. I started this live stream and I was not showing my face on this live stream. I would just put chains on and I would just show my multi-million-dollar penthouse and I would show high-end cars and I would do X, Y, and Z. And then people would flock to this, or like I would swing trade my cash account and just post shit, or I would paper and I would demo trade. And then I would charge people $1,000 a month. And then like, cause all I need to make $1 million a month is 1,000 of y'all. Honestly speaking, if I'm charging just $1,000 a month, which is easy. All I need is 150 to 200 of people. You don't think I can convince 100 people to give me 100,000 a month, boy? Do you understand how much money that is? That's just $1,000, let alone 5 bands a month or a one-time fee. Stop and just think about that. I showed the screenshots for how much money I'm making off that damn WAP page. I'm making $2,000 a month off that shit for the damn 300 people in here. I'm being dead serious. That's why I got to trade my cash account. But see, being transparent is hard. Showing up every day and being accountable and then telling people not to short shit like this is hard. Don't nobody want to listen. Everybody want to get a get rich quick scheme. Everybody want to get a get rich quick scheme. Don't nobody want to learn or follow instructions. Discord told you that it was going to squeeze this. That's why we only get like 100 people watching at a time at all times. If I was full porting or lying to you or making you think that you can run a multi-million dollar business without learning, man, you got to go to boot camp to learn, boy. Or woman, you crazy as hell. You need an instructor to teach you how to run a multi-million dollar business. You don't just wake up and just start watching YouTube videos randomly that you found on the internet and then just start and then go, man, well, damn. I think I learned enough. I can run a multi-million dollar business and I could turn this into a multi-million dollar business by myself. Who the fuck told you that? They took it to the 635. Who told you that? You don't need no instructor. Who told you that? You need hands-on instruction on a daily basis. Then you might have. Oh, God, I'm gonna block this dude. Then you might have a chance to succeed. If you don't, then you're gonna hit every branch on the way down. Then by the time you turn profitable, you would have lost tens of thousands of dollars in the process, if not hundreds. There's no way to escape that. I'm trying to tell you. Look at him squeeze it. There's no way to escape. You're gonna pay either way. E- Either way, you're gonna pay. That that was the one thing that I wish I would have changed. I wish I would have sought out an instructor. It would have saved me hundreds of thousands of dollars to the market maker in the beginning. Now, everyone that said that they was going to dump it from the zone was incorrect. I told you not to short it. Every single dip at all-time high will be bought. It comes in clusters. We told you that. They're going to go spy 700. They're squeezing it on you. Been long since 26,000, Luis says. Good job. Great job, Luis. Be on alert. I can't hear either. I can't hear you, but I can hear the others. Can you hear me? Is it going to sweep all time high? What are you talking about? We are at the all time high despite. That's why it's squeezing like that. You don't short all time high. Discord, can y'all hear me now? Jesse, can you hear me now? I left. I came back. Yes. The psychology of trade copy and a mix of funding and evals after spending a month blowing evals and funders on day one is crazy. Yeah. Slow and steady. Yeah, absolutely zero. Marie says yes. You need to be on alert. Someone needs to be warning you on these market conditions, man. If somebody was telling you to short this, you need to get a new mentor. That's why I asked you that question. If you look this, he was like, man, bro, we getting ready to dump this past this zone, boy. Dump. You don't know nothing about all time high. I'll tell you what not to do. You don't short all time high. I'm telling you. I told you what to do. If you see any one of these dips and you buy it and you take a base hit off this shit, oh man, you can get rich all time high. But the problem with that is that you don't know when the carousel is going to stop spinning, so you got to take base hits. They took it to the 635. They're scheming on Spy 700. They'll do it tomorrow. No, I did not, Brody. I did not, unfortunately. Last trade I took was I shorted it here and I was out here. That was the last one I took. Why? Because there was a 1-5 and a 15-minute Cibi cluster here and I shorted it. That was it. Man, we was scheming on all time I overshoot. I wasn't gonna go around with these people here. I got up. I took what I figured was the easiest, and I got out. You need to be on alert. I hear you. This is a sniper secure time. Mm. We need to be on alert. Timestamp 240. Man, they're goofing around up here. Let me look at this trend line. Discord, I got a question for y'all. Look at this. Discord, it is 240 right now. I got a little bit of lunch money. Do y'all think that we should goof around up here at the all-time high and potentially look for trades, or do I think that we should call it a day? Last time we went to all-time high, it blasted past any nonsense. Top people have predicted. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. They do that every time. The doomsday people, they come out of the woodworks whenever the spy dips just a little bit. Oh, Trump said, oh, bomb in here. Oh, Pakistan. And then once things return back to normal in a few months, guess what they do? They disappear until the next time. It's absolutely hilarious. I find it funny. Financial people laugh at them. Rich people laugh at them. Why? Because this thing is inherently designed to go higher. The SPY and the QQ will only go higher. Over the course of time, it will only go higher. That is the only thing that is 100% absolute. I swear to God. I promise you. I'm going to tell you the truth. That is more absolute than death. SPY, hold on, somebody mentioned me from Discord. I'm targeting. Targeting what? Guys, SPY going higher is more absolute than death. You want to know why? Because there's this thing called like cryogenics or something, to where like you can freeze your brain and there's a chance that you can come back into the future whenever they have the ability to revive you. Or you can freeze your body. There's a chance. SPY will only go higher. If SPY stops trading and it stops going higher, life as you know will end. So help me God. You may have never heard of that, but I promise you, look it up. There's this thing that where like millionaires are doing, where like you can pay like $250,000, almost like 350,000, and like you can freeze your brain for like that price. So like you can do the full body freezing for like $500,000, and like they'll put you in liquid nitrogen, and like the goal is to come back whenever they have the technology to bring people back to life. They they might be close. Like that's more that's likely. So death is not absolute at this point in time. Walt Disney's head is chilling. Yeah, exactly. That's likely. Because why not, guys? And guys in time, guys, time is both infinite and instant in death. If you've ever had surgery, you know what I'm talking about. Why? Because your brain stops working, and you wake up and you're like, "What the hell happened? I didn't even know 6 hours went by. Are you getting ready to start the surgery?" That happened to me once, and I had no idea what was going on. I just woke up. So it's both instant and infinite. So when you die, like literally, like I don't know, 3 or 4 thousand years to go by, and you wake up, and you just wake up just as a new human. You'd be like, what happened? But I promise you, this spy is gonna go higher. You wanna know why? Because when it goes too low, then they just print more money. That's step one. Step two is if it goes low for too long, and there's a specific stock that goes too low. No, I'm sorry. Step one is if that's step two. Step one is if there's something dragging it down and it's not going high enough. Guess what happens? It's called the S&P 500 rebalancing. So they kick that stock out, and they replace it with one that's going parabolic. This is 100% facts. I use Ramon Hedge Fund. I'm telling you what they do. It's called the Nasdaq and the S&P 500 rebalancing. If you are dragging the indice down or the index down, they will remove you. Why? Because why would they want to keep you in there? So that indice is going to only go higher over the course of time because they're only putting things in there that go higher. I promise you, if Google starts dumping too much, they will remove Google. But they're not going to do that. Why? Because it's tied to everyone's retirement. It's designed to go higher, exactly. And Uriah used to work on Wall Street. It's only, I promise you, this is irrefutable. Uriah used to work on Wall Street. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah. If Yeah, one trade cannot make up more than 50% of the entire profit balance in the account on one day. One day cannot make up more than 50%. So, for example, if you got $3,000 in profit, your largest day cannot be more than $1,500. This is all time high. They're going to keep squeezing. Best to be on alert. Yes, sir. Low and steady, but that LRL looking juicy for the 250 time act. Nah, I don't give a damn about no 250 time act, boy. The models, throw them out the window. It's all time high. Price discovery, all time high overshoot. Throw them out the window. I'm going to be honest, Fire. You going to get cooked doing that. Thank God you're in here, you asked. Little 70 ticks, okay. Base hit, though. Don't goof around with them. Don't test them. It's designed to go higher, but all time highs, yeah. It's only designed to go higher. I promise you, if you bought SPY right now at $700, they might laugh at you in about a year or two because it might go down to 650, or which it was at 650. It might go down to 600. But I swear to God, if you go into a coma, if you go into a 10-year coma and you wake up and go, what happened? And the year is 2036, SPY will be at 850 or 900. But you got to go into a 10-year coma and not touch it. Swear to God. Swear to God, I promise you. Zero debate. But the problem is can you stay consistent longer than your own impatience? That's one thing that I've been saying as of late. If you buy this right now at the all-time high and you go into and 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 somebody has enough common sense to bop you over the top of your head because you were walking around spewing propaganda, thinking that you was going to get free mentorships and a millionaire was supposed to get you rich for free, so you deserve to get bopped over the top of your head and go into a coma. if if you're one of those people that's debating $40, and you're one of those people, if you go into a coma right now and wake up 10 years from now, you'll be in the green. I promise you. Your entire position to be up 20, 30%. You buy right now and set with a 10-year horizon, and you set a sell limit order at 900, man, you crazy. They're gonna go 700 on spot too. They won't let you. They won't let who? They won't let who do what, Jones? What, go into a coma? They won't let you what? Set a buy order on what? On spy and set a sell order at 900? They'll let you do that? What you talking about? You can do that right now. You could buy a QQ and set a sell limit on a QQ at 15,000. Oh, I'm thinking options. Oh, you know. Nope. Not on options. I'm talking about strictly shares because you have no idea when it's going to come through to fruition. Most people, I'm not saying this is you, Jones, but guys, but most people don't even understand what options are. Options are like a derivative of an asset. Options literally, guys, I'm going to use the name to define it. Options gives you the option to buy an underlying asset at a specific price over the course of a specific period of time. So you get to control a specific amount of assets for a specific period of time for a specific amount of money. It's not backed by anything. what you are doing with the options, and this was the easiest way that I could ever have it explained. Like for all my car collectors, or like let's just say for the women, because believe it or not, I promise you guys, I promise you, I promise. 90% of women. Now there are some exceptions, but I have to say this, guys. 90% of women, they don't give a shit about your car, just as long as it's clean. That is, like they don't care that it has a loud revving engine in the back. They don't care that you got a 797 or 392 Hemi in there that makes 392 biological wheel horsepower, and it goes from 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds. And you did a muffler delete on the back. And you riding around in a 97 Honda Accord, but you got it sounding like a Bugatti Chiron or a Lamborghini Revuelto. They don't give a shit. And you got a big ass wing on the back. She said, you get more compliments about your gains. You're whipped by other dudes. Facts. Zero says from Discord. Absolutely. You're doing that for men. I promise you, women sit and they go, oh boy. Or, is he a good dude? Like that. They don't care about that. Now they might look and see what kind of car you driving. Like the women can identify, like, oh, well, that's a Lamborghini. That's a McLaren. That's a Ferrari. That's a Range Rover. He must have a good job. As in like as in like you're financially stable, and like it says something about your character. So like that might make them be interested to figure out who you are as a person, but they don't give a shit about the car that you're driving. I promise you, they don't. So, but before I get sidetracked on this point, I have to say this. Oh, I forget the point I was making. Shit, my ADD. Fuck. I was saying, contrary to popular belief, to my guys, they don't care. Shit. Damn it. Yeah, listen, women don't care about the car. All right, so that's what I was saying. Shit. Options. That's what it was. Thanks. Sorry. Thanks, Jones. Yes. So yeah. So this is the easiest way that I've come to understand options. So for the guys, imagine you had an allocation. You cannot be a car enthusiast and you don't know the market value of like higher end Porsches, like a Porsche GT3 RS, like the holy grail of the Porsches, right? I promise you, if you get a Porsche, guys, you can't get a Porsche allocation, as in like buy it at retail value, unless you own like multiple Porsches, right? This is for the car guys. So, for in layman's terms, for the people who are not car guys, you can buy a $220,000 Porsche GT3 RS with a huge wing on the back, just stock. You can drive it for 3 years and then still sell it for like 300,000. So options, imagine you getting an allocation on the car. You can buy a Porsche off the rip for 220,000, and then you can immediately sell it to somebody brand new for 350 to 370,000. But however, you don't have to spend $220,000 out of your pocket to then control a $220,000 asset. What you can do is that you can spend $10,000 and then be assured that you will get the car. And then when it comes time for delivery, you can then check the market and go, this is what options are designed for. You go, can I find a buyer, or should I come out of pocket $220,000? Which means 220 plus $10,000, I'll be out of pocket 230. But then I can sell to somebody for 350. I can make 100,000. Yes, I'm going to take that deal. Or you can spend $10,000, and then when it comes time to take the delivery of the vehicle, you can check the market, and then you'll go, damn, this car is only worth $150,000. If I do this, I'm going to lose $80,000 on this deal. Instead of me losing $80,000, I'm gonna only lose $10,000. I try and I walk away. That's all the options is. And for the woman, it works in reverse. Like imagine like you got like a Chanel bag. And contrary to popular belief, you need to look at it like how women look at cars. Do you give a shit about Chanel bags or lip gloss? You do not care. You don't. Yeah, you know that Chanel bags are expensive. Yeah, you might know that Hermes is expensive. Not Hermes, Hermes is expensive. You might know that. You might know that they're $10,000, $15,000 bags, but you don't know the model numbers. You don't give a shit about women's high heels or women's fashion. Why would they care about your loud engine in the back? Hmm? So with that being said, it's the same thing. So to my woman, imagine you pay $500 for a $20,000 Chanel bag or $10,000 Chanel bag, and then you got it. Or sorry, and then it's time to pay the $10,000 to then get it, but you can't find a buyer. Or when it's time to cash in to make the decision, you sit back and you go, "Whoa, that bag, dang. Well, Beyonce doesn't like this bag no more." Or, or Taylor Swift, she was hating on Chanel. So now the price of the bag, or Kanye West was hating on the price of the bag, the Balenciaga bag, whatever it is. So now the price of the bag is only worth 5,000. I'm not going to spend $10,000 on the $5,000 bag. So I'm going to lose $500 on this deal. But if you look at it and the price of the bag is $12,000, even, you'll go, well, damn, I can make $1,500. I'm going to cash it in. That is how options work. In layman's terms for all of the beginners, it's not backed by anything. Now, when you add theta decay into it, it works like this. The closer that it gets to cashing into the deal, the less value that option is worth. So if the option expires, like let's just say January 1st, on November and December, as we're getting closer to cashing into the deal, who the hell is going to spend $500 on something that expires at two or 3 days later? Why? Because they could just buy it outright. Why would they do that? What's their incentive to do that? That's why options are so volatile. That's why you can blink your eye and then you'll be down 30, 40% in the blinking of eye on one candle on 0 DTE. And then people are trading that. I'm not saying you can't make money off it, because I got people inside that make tens of thousands of dollars doing so, like Ryder and them. But, and Shard and them. But I'm just being honest with you. That's to explain the layman's terms. Man, look at this market squeeze. I'm just sitting here going on this rant waiting on them to do something. They're not doing anything. They're squeezing into the all-time high. You don't short all-time high. You buy every dip. Why? It's called price discovery mode. I'm telling you, I've told you, if you buy any sharp dip and you blindly hold and take a base hit, you will get rich at all-time high. Especially when it just first breaks, because why would they go lower? It's trying to discover a price right now. It's not going to go lower. This right over here is why I said shorts are hands off the table. You need to wait for a pullback and then blindly buy, and then just take a base hit whenever they squeeze it. But so you need to be looking at something, maybe one of these businesses or something, and when they pull it back into it ever so graciously, then they need to be out. They're going to take SPY to the 700 today, like how I told you. They're going to go SPY 700 today. This is bullish off the chain. This is price discovery mode. It's not going to pull back. It's just going to keep squeezing indefinitely. I told you that you need to give it 5 to 15 minutes for it to hit the news wire, and then they was going to send it higher. I said that earlier, so help me God. They're going to go SPY 700. They're not going to stop. There's nothing that you can do to stop this. The only reason why I might think they pull us back, I'm going to have to see an insane displacement God body candle up at the top to the upside, like God body to the upside. That will be the climax. Then I'll think that they'll pull it back. Other than that, they're going to keep doing this indefinitely. It's going to keep barcoding and squeezing. This is called nonstop bullish continuous squeeze. They're not going to stop. Call it a day. Van says, I will take Van's advice. Are you going to sell here? Why would I do that? Do you like shorting something that's in price discovery mode, where like you have no idea when it's going to stop? Do you like to do that? Would you recommend somebody to do that? I have a question for you. Do you know who David Goggins is? He's like, the dude that like runs for like literally like, I think he was running for like 12, 20 hours or something like that in a row. Like he ran like 5,000 miles or something. Like in a row nonstop. Do you know who David Goggins is? The dude that lost like 250 pounds by running or something? Him. He's like super famous for like running or something. He's like an ex-marine or something, or a Navy SEAL or something. I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember him. He runs for like fun. Like he'll literally run like like a 500 mile. His book is amazing. You're a good dude. If he said I'm getting ready to go on a run, and he said and you said how long? He goes, well, I don't know, but I want you to hold your breath while I'm running. Would you do that? Or hey, you can't eat till I come back. I would not. I would not take that deal. So I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna wait. Dude is lethal. Yeah, I bought his book once. Help with my mentality. I abandoned the victim mentality from reading that book. One of the books I read. I noticed that around 3 or 350, we always go longs. That's false. They're conditioning you. I promise you, there's going to be a time that we're like right around 350, it's just going to keep dumping. They've been conditioning you, and they've been conditioning your brain to do so. So that the next time when it's right around 350, they're just going to do nothing but dump it. I'm trying to tell you. Look, look what happened down in here. Look, what are you talking about? Look, you do know that this was just like 3 weeks ago. Look what happened at 350 here. Look, look, we dumped. Look what they did. Look, 3 o'clock shit, we dumped. Now they squeezed and they went higher, but then we dumped. 350 macro was bearish. Look what happened here, right around 350. Look, we dumped. Look, nonstop. Look, look, look. You said 3 o'clock or 350. Look, 3 o'clock, 350. Look, we dumped. 3 o'clock, we dumped. 3 o'clock right over here, we wicked up and then we dumped all all into the EOD. They're conditioning your brain. What does P&L mean? Profit and loss. How much money I'm up to that? Daily P&L is how much money I'm up to that. They're conditioning your brain. They made you forget, Julio. They made you forget what they've done every single time up here at 3 o'clock. Look, Julio, look. They closed it up here at 3 o'clock, and then the next day they dumped it. They closed it up here at 3 o'clock, and then they dumped it. They've been attacking it every single time at 3 o'clock on this whole ride down for a damn near month straight. They've conditioned you now. So now, guess what's going to happen? You're now going to think it's going to be bullish at 3 o'clock, and then they'll dump it on you. And it's not going to stop. It's going to do the same thing it did over here. They made you forget. Perfect. That's how I know. That's how I know the top is near. Why? Because I get messages like that. Now I expect my aunt or my father or somebody like that to go, "Hey man, stocks are all-time highs again. It's safe." That's when I know that the market's getting ready to reverse. In theory, at least temporarily. That's when I know. Perfect. Look at them squeezes. This is bullish nonstop. Continue. This is bullish off the chain. There's nothing to stop them. Remember what I said about every dip? Base hit too. Remember what I said about that? Every dip is going to be fuel to go higher. Remember what I told you about that? Remember what I said about using one of these clusters if that's what you want to do? Why not buy it then? Because I don't want to risk going negative. That's why. Just because they're doing what I'm saying that they're getting ready to do does not mean that I want to trade that. I don't want to risk my P&L today. Besides, I got to listen to Van and the others inside Discord. They said, stop. It's not worth it for me. I'm already green. If you knew the direction, what kept you from jumping in? I think I just answered that question, Heavy. You made a little something? You made a little something, brother? Great job, sir. Great job. Yeah, don't risk it. Just call it a day, man. We appreciate you for tuning in too, brother. Your journey and your trading journey has improved so much, man. I mean, I'm so proud of you, brother. So I'm all this, man. I remember when you was watching from that damn TikTok. Yeah. Yeah, we got you in here. Absolutely, brother. It's a skill that needs to be developed. That's it. That's it. And you know, you need to see it every day. But man, we'll catch you tomorrow, brother. Much love to you, bro. Be safe. Man, they're gonna go 700 on the spot. Stop goofing around with these people. Facts. Insatiable says absolutely. They'll go 700 on the spot and not gonna stop till they do so. After that, I don't know what they're getting ready to do. Bullish. Don't short. Every dip being bought. If your boss walked up to you and your boss was like, "Hey, you did a great job at work today, man. You hung out with us a little while. Here's $1,500 for your work today, sir." I'm just making this up. Here's $1,500 for your work today. We're proud of you. But if you stay, I could fire you as in you blow your account. Or hey, if you stay longer, then you're gonna have to pay me to work today. What would you do? I know which one I'm gonna take. I'm gonna take my money. I'm gonna run off like a fat bandit. And he says, "Well, if you take the money now, you can do the same thing tomorrow potentially." What would you do? That's what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. 10K car looking good, 50-point move. I'm just saying, I rock with you though. Longs were good, fam. Yeah, 100%. I just said it wasn't risk advantageous for me. Hmm. I'm not gonna do that. You need to buy a dip. That's what I was saying. Someone asked me right over here on like this candle here, and they said, "Can I buy this right now?" As it was squeezing, and I said, "No, don't do that. You need to wait for a dip." Like as in like the price of the car to go from 10,000 to maybe like 6 or 7. You know, maybe make it a little bit more advantageous, like that. Then you might be able to broker the deal a little bit better. But when it's right here at this top, you don't buy. Right here, you buy. Right here, you buy. Then you take base hit. And base hit means, okay, he had it listed for 10,000. Shoot, it just went on sale for like 25% off. So maybe if I buy it right now, then I could get out whenever it goes from 10,000 to 7,500. I might be able to get $8,500, $9,000 off it real quick. Let me take a little base hit. Let me do that a couple times a day. Then I walk away from my screen. That is all trading is. Price had already retracted the VWAP. Yeah, correct. They flashed this VWAP, but they never looked back. Bullish. Non-stop continue. They're going to go 700. They're not going to stop till they go to 700 on this spot. They're going to destroy every single human today that's deciding to short. I thought it was a good idea to short. There's a lot of people still shorting this right now. You know that, right? Why? Because they don't know how to trade all-time high. Could have blindly lost this market open and been straight. Absolutely. Bullish. Man, if you see an all-time high break, you need to buy that dip. It is going to come in clusters. You need to not short all-time high. Shorts are not allowed at all-time high. They're not allowed. Why? Because they keep squeezing. It's price discovery. There's nothing. There's nothing that could go lower. This whole week been bullish. Shit crazy. Exactly. Non-stop. Look at them squeezing into oblivion. It's best I be on alert. They want to squeeze us into oblivion. Buenos tardes, mi hermano. ¿Cómo está? Um, muy bien. ¿Y tú? Buenos tardes. Muy bien. ¿Y tú? Best to call it a day, AC says. Absolutely. They want to keep squeezing. They're not going to stop. What's to stop them? Why would they stop? ¿Y tú, Nika? Estoy muy bien. Qué bueno. Que está buen, mi hermano. Sí. Gracias. Bien, bien. Muy bien. Mm. She says, I'm doing very good. My brother. Be on alert. What time is Sunday mentorship? I'm not sure, maybe like 8. Probably on Sunday for sure, maybe 8 o'clock. 296 on the entry. Bought on 10 micros. So you bought on this dip on this pullback. Here. Good trade. And you loaned it. Best to go break even. Why? Because they're getting ready to squeeze 700. Then they'll consider hunting sell side. This week has that's not been the best for me. For some reason, I refuse to trade along with the bullish trend, even though I wrote it down at the beginning of the week. Nico said, this is crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's very deceiving. What time is thank you. That makes sure. Yeah, absolutely, sir. They're gonna squeeze SPY at 700. That's what they're getting ready to do. Look at that. Can you believe it? QQQ about to go all-time high overshoot 637 in one day. Can you believe it? Why would they stop at 700? Why not go why not go all-time high overshoot on QQQ? I'm being dead serious. Like, why stop now? Like, why touch 700 and then just dump? Why not go 701? And then when they go 701, Qs is going to go all-time high. And then why stop at the all-time high on the Qs? Why just squeeze higher? But hey, my RSI says over so. They don't give a shit about that. But hey, this is unfair. This is low volume. They're creeping us up. Why are we going all-time high overshoot on low volume? What's going on? They don't give a damn about no volume. They're going to keep squeezing. You do know that volume is not a serious indicator of price, right? They can mask volume. They don't got to do nothing. They're goofing around up here with the 700 on the spot. That might be the ceiling for today. They'll not go high all time high on the QQQ tomorrow again. That'll do it to them. Made 200 long in that. Good job, Hershey's. Be on alert. They got this weird staircase and pattern here. I really want to short this. On God, I do. But it's not worth it. Why? Because if I lose, then I'll give up on my money. Made 2K, bro. Good job, Julio. I really, on God, I want to short this shit. I put this on me, I do. Jesus, look at this short. Lord Jesus. But it's all-time high. I know what that means. Oh, boy. Do I short it? Or do I walk away? And they trying to go 700 on this damn SPY, boy. Just Jones. What do you think? Do you think we shorted Just Jones whenever they pop 700 for a small little pullback, or do you think that we call it a day? What do you think? Because we've been waiting patiently for them to tap that second large round hole number. Don't short a gang, not gonna lie. Dico says. Let me look. Paper trade. Yeah. Quit gambling that cash. That makes sense. From Discord. Hey, call me heavy. What you think, call me heavy? Somebody say casino? All right. What you think, man? You think we should short on a 700 pop? On like a liquidation candle to 700 pop? I'm low key in a short getting cooked. Mm. Mm. Start with what not to do. Hmm. Hmm.
But don't look at the screen if you're not trying to take another trade, bro.
You said don't look at it.
Yeah, don't look at it, bro.
Yeah, I know. I should log off, shouldn't I? What you think, Colt?
It looks real enticing. The future trend line, the shorts look juicy, but every time it's been like that today, man. It's only hit like its percentages are weird today, bro. And it's been easy money on those easy trades like that recently, but I don't know. And they just about to tap into that cluster. I don't know. That'd be a risky short, even coming after like a few of those trend lines and some of that liquidity down there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Log out. Enjoy your profits.
Yeah, I
Wait
agree.
another day.
Yeah, I agree. Shorts don't exist. Just drawbacks. Always ain't long. Guys, listen. As tempting as it is in order for me to short this, I swear to God I do. I want to right now. I just, it's 3:15. I just do not think it's advantageous for me to do it. Like, I swear to God, everything within me is saying press this short button and figure this out later. I promise you, is doing it's like my antennas are screaming right now. Short this shit. Everything with.
He said we're not figuring nothing out later no more.
Yeah, you're right.
That was our one announcement. Let's
You're right.
get off.
You're right. You're right. Yes, ma'am. You're right. Just go long and hold for days. Loki says. She is right. We have to exercise discipline. Guys, listen. Guys, I appreciate every single last one of you. I appreciate Mel. I appreciate everyone. I appreciate Colt. My guy Phantom. Hurry, Jones says. Jones, what's going on? Shorter to figure it out later, Colby Heavy says. Bro, come on, bro. Y'all supposed to have my back. What are y'all doing? Love you. Get off this screen. Let's have a good day. Paper trade so we can see. But see, the problem is like if I paper trade, people are gonna copy me. It's like they're gonna lose. So like I don't want to paper trade. Like I want to actually attach meaning to the trade. So that's gonna be the problem because people are gonna take that. Wow, and I thought this was coming from outside of Discord. Paper Alice says.
You still thinking about taking those puts?
Nah, hell no, not at all time high. Nope. Hell no, not at all time high. Not before Kiki go all time high. They're gonna have to turn this ship around slightly, then I'll consider. Let them leave. Hell says. Okay. We could paper trade this though, we could paper trade. Let me turn off my account though. Paper trade it. I'll take it on the paper trade. Mm? Try and target this internal over here on this. But however, if I short this, then they're gonna go 700 on this damn spot. Paper trade on this short, maybe try and target this internal over here on this short over here. This is 70 ticks to the downside on this trade right over here. Shorting this right over here and trying to target 70 ticks to the downside on this short. Stop loss directly above this high right over here. Why? Because if they take out this high, then they're not going to stop. Buy stop. Buy stop on this high. This is about a 1-to-1 risk to reward. Buy stop above this high on the snap of this trend line, and then for them to target this internal over here. Paper trade I take. Honestly speaking, why the hell are we trying to short this for real? We should be trying to hell. We should be trying to long this for real. That's what we should be doing. We should be buying the dip. Why the hell are we trying to short this for? I'm confused. Why are we trying to short this, but they didn't take out 700? What the hell are we doing? Let's cut this trade and let's reverse this shit. Let's cut this trade and like seriously, like all this aside, what are we doing here? Discord, y'all want to hold on to this short or do y'all want to long this up here at this top? What y'all want to do? Hey, your P&L is moving on Trade Evade. Oh yeah. Mm. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know, but I turned off my trade copy though. Thanks for the heads up. I turned off my trade copy. What do y'all think, Discord? Y'all want to hold on to this short or do y'all want to long this? Yeah, bro, just follow the daily time frame. Longs all day. I think this carousel about to stop spinning sooner or later. That's what I think. Long the EOD. Okay, I short. Hmm. Long shorts. I think it's. I think I personally think at this point in time it's far more dangerous to short it than it is to. It's just far more dangerous to long it than it is to short it. But I think they want to go 700 on this damn spy. That's what I think in my brain. Best I be on alert. We just had an immediate shift in market structures now whenever we took out this low. We got a 1 and a 5 minute SIBI form over here on this ES in order for this thing to weigh it down. If they inverse this, then they're going to go all time high overshoot again. I think it's more advantageous for us to stay short. That's what I personally think. That's what I think. We need to be watching this 5 minute SIBI here. Yeah, at this point, because a drawback can happen. When you find out that hold long, yeah, you might be right. Market about to close exactly. What's the likelihood that the HOD meets the EOD 3 days in a row? They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that. What's the likelihood? Well, it is all time high, so they can't do anything. It's best would be on alert. They're goofing around, and I think they're ready to dump this. I'm gonna remove the stop. Why? Because they might flash it up, then they're gonna dump. I think they're gonna dump this. That's what I think in my brain. I do not think they're gonna ready to go higher. I think they're ready to attack sell side. That's what I think in my mind. I promise you. I don't know. We'll see. Why so? Because they've been floating this up nonstop, and it's why, and it's why, and there's 30 minutes left in this day. They've socially programmed you to then buy calls for the last 30 minutes of the day, the last 2 days in a row. They've done that. They programmed you. So why would they do that again for the third day? Why not start hunting sell side and then finish the job tomorrow? 700 on the spot, tap tomorrow. At a minimum, I think they get ready to hunt sell side. If they would have flashed that 700, I would have put on my cash account. But they didn't flash the 700. So there's still a chance that they could do that. If they flash 700, I might pull out my cash account. Maybe. That's when you mess up. When you say what they're not going to do, absolutely. If they flash that 700 on that spy, I might consider shortness on a serious note. Look at how bullish this is off the chain, boy. We got to put a stop loss above that high. They can do anything in this reality. Exactly. Guys, this is paper trading, by the way. This is not real trading. Why? Because Discord told me not to trade my real account. If you're buying up here at the top, it's getting dangerous. You want to know why? Because you're running out of time. So it's more likely that they pull it back slightly and then continue to pursue tomorrow. The only drawn liquidity that you have up there above is SPY trying to target 700. SPY is going to go 700. It is either going to go 700 today or it's going to go 700 tomorrow. You choose. Look at that. Every dip being bought. They don't even want to remotely pull it back. Best we be on alert. Stop loss above this high. Why? Because it's a one-to-one risk to reward. That's why. If SPY goes 700, it's gonna knock this trade out. That's why. Be on alert. How many ticks is this? 90 ticks. I give up on that short business. You make $1 million on paper. You've been saying all day to blindly long any dip. I know. I just think it's more dangerous right now at this point in time. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm doing. I'm gonna delete this, and then when they flash 700, I'm gonna I'm gonna reshort this. Do both. Yeah, I'm watching this 700. When they flash 700, I'm gonna short it. Why? Because I'm thinking they're getting ready to hunt sell side. I think they're gonna flash bang this upwards, flash to 700, then they're gonna dump it. I want to psychologically test this. My confidence is soaring to the point to where I do not think that the EOD is going to meet the HOD today. They're running out of time today. They're running out of time. I am certain that they're about to start hunting sell side at some point in time today. So I'm gonna wait for them to flash 700, and I'm only going to risk $500 on this trade to do so. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna risk 500 on this trade. Can you not do both at the same time? What you mean, longer and shorter at the same time? No, I can't do that. They're gonna go 700. I honestly was the trade that I should have taken. There I go again, going against what I'm thinking. It's so close. This 3 week pump is wild. No, you cannot do both. Yes, correct. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, 100%. I was not going to enter into a trade on my real account until we flashed 700 at a minimum. I was not going to do that because that was too dangerous for me. I didn't want to do that, and I just didn't want to buy the top of that move. So I split the difference. They still didn't tap 700. Holy shit! Look at the size of that. Look at them tap this. Look. This is the second strongest drawn liquidity. This is the same exact trade that I told you earlier. On my soul, this is the same exact trade I told you earlier. So help me God. I'm going to cut this trade on this paper account, and I am literally going to go 50 contracts on this. No, no lie. Why? Because that's not realistic for me. Breakout strategy right now on 700 break on the SPY on the pullback. This is the second strongest drawn liquidity right over here. This is the same trade that we took earlier today. Literally, this is the same trade that we took earlier today. The HOD is 699.99. Oh my goodness, they're about to green body shoot this. Oh my God. Hold on. Holy shit. Look at this. NQ made a new high, but MNQ did not. Oh. High at 330.25. High at 330. Oh man, they're about to go about to shoot this past the zone. Okay. 40 contracts in a dream is $800 long it. 40 contracts in a dream. Oh. Through a breakout strategy through the highs. Let's see. Let's see. Even my scalps on the pullback hold me. Not worth the profit, man. They about to break this through the zone. Well, that's a breakout strategy. Well, they're getting ready to go 700 now, 700 right now. This is the second strongest drawn liquidity that you could ever even imagine. This is a breakout trade. The HOD is 699.99. Do you think they would leave that intact like that and not squeeze this past the zone? I cut that trade on 5 contracts, and I had literally eight tupled the size, however the hell you say it. They're getting ready to shoot this past the zone. This is bullish. This is insane. I was like, that pullback was a God's gift. This is the same trade we took this morning. Breakout strategy trade. 40 ticks to the upside. Look, see? MNQ did not take out this high, but NQ did. And then on top of that, SPY is look. Why would they not take out 700? This red candle over here was fake. So I immediately reversed and I multiplied the size by 5. I'm sorry, by 8. This is a breakout. They're going to smash through the 700. I immediately look. Holy shit. Look what they just did. But they're still going to do it. Why? Because SPY has not eclipsed this high yet. SPY needs to break past 700. They're going to do a God body through this whole shit. SPY just did it just now. Trade done. You're getting your 40. Absolutely. Breakout trade. That's a breakout strategy trade that I would do. Why? Because I need a clear drawn liquidity and I need to pull it back. Base hit, though. That's all that's guaranteed. I'm done. What's this? Be on alert. I immediately reversed. This is bullish, bro. SPY just eclipsed 700 just now. They were going to do that. So I realigned with what it was getting ready to do. I immediately changed direction. Holy shit, now they're getting ready to dump it. Be on alert now. You need to be on alert. Look at that staircase and pattern. They're about to dump this. Wow. Timestamp 3:30. Best night I have a bad day. What do you think, Mel? You think we should call it a day? So why wasn't the shorter base hit? Oh, what do you mean why wasn't the shorter base hit? I cut that short because I saw it was going to 700, and then once I saw that, then I decided to take a base hit off with a short, and then take out this high over here because I saw SPY was going to go to 700 and force NQ higher to squeeze. So, so like on higher conviction trades, I trade with larger size. On lower conviction trades, I'll trade with smaller size. Absolutely, my guy. Thanks, Mel. Any signals you see? Mm. Got 20 minutes left in this day. I think they're getting ready to dump this from the zone. That's what I think in my brain, on my soul. That's what I think. I think that squeeze right there was just a liquidity grab, and they just wanted to flash this 700. God, listen. Yo, I sent you a screenshot of my trade. Would you be able to explain how much, how I made as much as I did in DMs? Are you inside Discord? You're not even following me. What would be my incentive to do that? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm being honest. I can join. Okay, yeah. If you're inside Discord, you can share your screen. You can ask me those questions inside the mentorship. You get free mentorship when you're inside here. It's just $40 per month. Then you get the knowledge center, and then everything will be explained to you. I don't know. I'm just looking for someone to help me because it makes no sense. Scrolling. Oh, okay. Well, for $11, your trading journey will stop. It'll make sense to you there. The knowledge center, it'll explain to you how to calculate everything. There's a playlist that explains all of that. And then if you want to show up to the free mentorships on the weekend, you can do those things. I won't charge anything whenever you're inside here, and I can direct you and instruct you from there. But I have no idea how serious you're going to take this. So like if I spend an hour helping you, and then like you go, well, trading just ain't for me. It is what it is. Then 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 there was absolutely no benefit to that. Now I'm not saying $40 is going to change my life. It's absolutely not. But I get to weed out a lot of people who are just asking me random questions, and like they have no intention of taking trading seriously. So I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just being honest. So if you seriously want to learn, then great. You get an entire month's worth of membership and mentorship. I mean, what you got to lose? Each mentorship class is like 2 or 3 hours. You can ask questions. You could be around other millionaires. What you got to lose? $40? What's the downside? What's the alternative? Do you have a mentor? Raz from Discord says. Yeah, Raz. They want to squeeze this. All right, guys. Folks, find more value in lessons paid for. Absolutely, 100%. Everybody be selling courses. That's true. That's why you got to vet a mentor. That's why I tell you watch for free. Watch for free. Watch for free. Everybody be selling courses. But does everybody sell but do the people that sell courses, do they trade live in front of you? All day, every day. Can you see their track record months prior? You can go to my YouTube and look at my track record. Oh well, I'm 17. I'm broke. $40 too much. Okay, then great. Then great. You need to figure out. I'm gonna be honest. If it's too much, then just watch for free. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I promise you, there's nothing wrong with that. It happens. It happens. But honestly speaking, I think that might be an excuse that you might be telling yourself. He said, if you want it, bro, you're gonna find the $40. He said, this is Key, by the way. Yeah, I know Key. Absolutely. That's a good, yeah, 100%. You wanna know why? Because if he wanted enough, he would be like this guy. Only 40 high ones. You get unlimited access to trade knowledge. See, Mella, no offense, but Mella's laughing at you. See, you can read it. See, if you wanted it bad enough, you would be like this guy here. See this? I used to have negative $2,000 in my bank account. Now I make roughly $10,000 per month. Y'all know I haven't been trading for that long too. I joined this Discord with nothing. Now I got my car paid off and I'm not in debt and my life has done a full-blown 360. Where do you say this at? It's because of you. I've never been a spot if it wasn't for you. He says, that's literally what I did. I learned the basics and learned how to read the market to a T. And I just went off with it. Everyone, blah, blah, blah. He says, same with Murdoch. I learned a lot from Asia because of him. It seems like repeating the things. He said, I joined this Discord using DoorDash money. See that? He said, I joined this using my DoorDash money. He said, now I'm not going to lie. I spent nights crying my sleep tonight, begging and bugging, but you paved the road. I'm glad I didn't give up. Say less. He said, I tore my Achilles. I lost everything. My full-time job, my car at the time. He said, I took a huge risk, but it worked. I just didn't see myself stopping. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? So you can find a way for sure. It's just a matter of how bad do you want to learn? Hmm? You can find a way, 100%. Absolutely. Absolutely, you can find a way. It's just a matter of how valuable is it to you? Have you vetted enough? Have you? That's the only question. Look, look, you're 17. I have a 16-year-old here that makes like $60,000 a month. Look, good morning. This is live, by the way. This is live cash count. I turned this into $16,000 since 9 o'clock. Y'all, this Discord taught me too much. See? This is live cash count, floating $8,000 profit. Started from one micro in a dream. And now I'm up. I'm in the flow state, he says. He says, yeah, I got school homework. Now I'm done for the week. My grades are horrible, by the way. Only doing homework because my mom be tripping. He said, I cannot do math, man. I suck. I'll get my diploma because I told him to finish school. He says, nah, I ain't worried about that. He says, it has. And I've only been trading for a month, since November. And to be up exact with today's money, I'm up $60,000 and I put this inside my bank account. And I've only been trading for a month. Since from being insider. Yeah, and that's just since November. I locked in from learning from this Discord. See? You can read it yourself. He's sick. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, because you might not believe that. Where's he at? He says, where did he say this at? Where he was 17 at. Mm. I know he said this in there somewhere. Anyway, you get the point. Mm. Where did he say that at? He said he was 17 in here somewhere. My grades were horrible. Oh, wait, that's what he said. That's my birthday present for real, guys. Yesterday was my birthday yesterday. I'm 17 now. See? That's what I was looking for. I know he said that. It's just a matter of how serious you are. I don't know. I don't have the answer for you. I don't have the answer for you, sir. Only you do. Hmm. And then we have that. Oh, hold on, man. They're getting ready to dump this market. Let's stop being alert. Let me log back in. The comment section in Discord is informative and hilarious all at the same time. Yeah, 100%. Because people will debate that. People will debate $40 and signing up. People will read what I just showed them and then so debate it. They're getting ready to dump this. It gives you access to Discord and knowledge page. Absolutely. Knowledge center. Yep. $40 for mentorship. Yep, that's it. $11 for the knowledge center, $29 per month for Discord. I don't charge for the mentorships, but you got to show up on the weekends, and everything is recorded. So if you got work, then you can just review it later. Just ask a question, it'll be answered for you. I think they get ready to pull this back and then dump this for the last 15 minutes of the day potentially. Okay, listen, look, I got to get ready to call it a day. I don't want to goof around. Guys, listen, we're gonna short this, right? Man, there's 15 minutes left in this day. I do think that they target sell side, yes, but I just don't want to goof around up here at the all time high. Love you, brother. I love you too, Raz. Guys, listen, I believe in you, and I believe in you. I promise you, and like I know you can do this. And not every day is gonna be perfect, but hey, you have a community here, and hey, you know what? You know that we're gonna be here with you, helping you guide you, helping guide you through these things, and helping guide you through making some of the smarter decisions that you can possibly make. All right, bro, I'm gonna head out. Good luck on y'all's trades. All right, Loki. Guys, I believe in you and I love you. We're gonna be live tomorrow at 9, 10 a.m. in the morning from Discord, 10 o'clock in the morning from TikTok. We gotta make smart decisions, okay? So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully we can have a good Thursday, Gap Filled Thursday. All righty. And then we could just take it from there, guys. Great job today, guys. Mel, I appreciate Mel. I appreciate everybody as well. I appreciate all of the everybody from inside Discord. Jones, I appreciate you, girl. I appreciate you guys for Colt. I appreciate everybody for saying, hey, just paper trade it. So, so that I could get that itch out on the paper trading account. And even then, it was even though it was paper, I still didn't want to blindly hold on to it. So I reversed and I did something I would normally do. But I appreciate you guys. In order for me, guys, that's why we're here. We're supposed to help each other out, guys. There's gonna be times where I may be uncertain. Where I'll be like, man, should I do this? And you guys can analyze why, and you guys can give me informed decisions. You wanna know why? Because you'll know and you'll understand my trading tendencies, and you'll know that I'm not a perfect person. No one is. So that's why we're here to help each other out so that we all can get to the destination that we're all trying to get to together. So with that being said, I appreciate all of y'all. My boy Grant, I love you. Cole, I love you. Mel, I love you. Phantom, I love you. Horace, I got love for you too. Brother Jones, everybody. Franco, my guy. My boy Shard, I love my brother Shard. Guys, listen, have a great day, bro. Blessed of you to have you as a mentor, Bully says. Yeah, appreciate you. You too, Key. Real talk. So guys, listen. I appreciate you for being here with us, brother, and believing in us. You know we got your back, Key. Guys, listen. You give signals in the Discord, brother. Of course I do. I call out all my trades, but you need to understand how I'm trading. I don't advise you copy my trades if you don't know which account that I'm trading and what I'm managing my risk off of. But absolutely, you can take the same trades I take, but you cannot do that from TikTok. Like you need to be listening to my voice in real time because I'll flip it on a dime. I believe in you, and I love you. Okay, every last one of you. I promise you, you can do this. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the morning from inside Discord. Gap Fill Thursday tomorrow. Don't think about shortness ahead of this Gap Fill Thursday now, because they're probably going to gap it up and then attack the sell side tomorrow for Gap Fill Thursday. Will you mentor me? I'll do whatever you want me to do, Uriah. No pause, just for you. I'm just teasing, buddy. You know you're my guy, man. Uriah. You're my guy, brother. You're my guy. To be honest, we're not ever going to go stop going up. That right there is when I know that they got you. I'm like, what do you mean when you say gap fill day? Excellent. You'd be beside the mentorship. It's called Gap Fill Thursday. It's a model that we've been predicting the gaps being filled like the last several Thursdays in a row. It's a model that's inside Discord only, not on the Knowledge Center. I love you, bro. You too, you are. All right, guys. I believe in you, and I love you. I gotta go. You all right? You all right? Thanks, you. That's my guy. Good dude. All right, Phantom. I love you, buddy. Be safe. Tell the wife I said hello. Love you, E. Love you too, Nine. Yo, man. Mel says. They'll start laughing at what I said. What is NQ doing? They're goofing around, Jones. Squeeze all time high. All time. I love you, brother. Love you too, brother. Grant. So where's the gap now? There's no gap. Holy shoot. Look at that volume balance right there they created. They came back for it. This right here is a volume balance right here. Look, see that? Do you think it's going to keep going down? I lost 80 trying to get it back quickly. Key says, You lost $80 trying to get it back? Why would you trade this the last 15 minutes, Key? I got no idea this is all time high. I mean, you should have shorted that 700 flash. No, I lost it earlier. Oh, okay. I think that we should call it a day and then reevaluate tomorrow. I think tomorrow's going to be a good day. Thursday is my favorite day to trade, arguably. Because if they gap it up, then I know what they're getting ready to do. If they gap it down, then like I know what they're getting ready to do. If they go sideways after they squeeze it up for like the last 3 or 4 days, then like I know that they're getting ready to goof around up top. Then they're getting ready to tank it down. I think that Thursday will be a smooth day to trade. I think we should reevaluate and do it tomorrow, Key, my boy. I believe in you, guys. I'm gonna disconnect quietly because y'all might want to talk for like another 15 minutes or so. Whenever Murdoch gets back, then I guess we could do Asia trading sessions again. Or if y'all, oh, okay, yeah. Or if y'all want to trade in there, then I can join in. But I'm not gonna be trading. All right, brother. Talk to you soon. Goodbye, guys. I love y'all. Where is he? I have no idea where he's at, Jones. Be on alert. You know the rest. Man, they about to hunt sell side. They about to dump this. That's what they about to do. I'm trying to tell you. Do not long this. They're about to attack sell side, and then they're gonna go 700 again tomorrow and gap fill Thursday and then dump it. They're gonna revert back to the mean on Thursday and Friday. I might buy a put. Alrighty, guys. Talk soon. Catch you later, alligators. What is Trading View good for when you have Project C? Mm, Project C. Trading View is the best charting platform. They're the best. Talk soon. We'll be live tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 9, 10 a.m. in the morning Eastern Standard Time from Discord to go over the pre-market trading plan. I love you. NQinsider.com. Please stay away from the